a wonderful place for LGBTQIA teens and adults and foster youth to come and find services and get support, all free of charge. So let's go take a look, and maybe we'll even squeeze in a game of ping pong. Hi, thank you for inviting me here today. I'm very excited about this space. It's gorgeous, I love it, but I'm more interested in the two of you and how you got involved here. Fernanda, how did you end up working at the Burbank YMCA?
Well, I have a passion for organizing in my community. I'm part of I'm a lesbian as well as non-binary. I go by they, them pronouns. Well, I saw the opportunity that this place was hiring. I just took it, and I felt it in me that I can do this, and I'm doing it. So yeah, this is where I am today.
But Rob, you're not from California, right?
No, I'm not.
All right, tell me about your journey.
Yeah, I'm actually born and raised in New York. I'm Puerto Rican, and I'm also non-binary, so I also go by they, them pronouns. And I've worked for the Y for about 8 years now. So in New York, I was working for the Y doing summer camp work and working after school care, summer camp. And when I came to California, it was because I just wanted a life change. But I looked for an opportunity to continue my work working for the Y, and I applied for the Burbank YMCA, and that's how I got here today.
Well, I'm very interested in how this space came to be. So walk me back the journey. When did we open the doors? How did we get to those doors opening? Rob, can you start with that?
Sure. So pre-pandemic, we realized that we were just focusing on a lot of a healthy lifestyle work and work with child development. We have 2 preschools, you know, we do very well in summer camps. It's kind of our niche. And when we got shut down during the pandemic, we were literally just called a swim and gym. We were not able to keep our doors open because we were not providing any type of mental health services for the community. And that was eye-opening because that's part of our, our story as a Y. We want to be able to serve all communities and provide that kind of help and services. So we came to the drawing board to realize, to figure out and realize what is it that we can provide and what is it that the community needed. And LGBTQIA work came up quite a few times on the drawing board. So we decided, we was like, you know what, we're gonna make a small little room with some pamphlets on the wall, right? A couple little brochures and posters, need help? Contact us, very simple, fun stuff. And Breonna Taylor happened, George Floyd happened, the BLM movement shook the world, and we realized that people in our community were looking up to us as a beacon of hope. And it became more of an emergency. It was like, we need to put all of our minds together, all of our resources together, and figure out what the next step is for the Burbank YMCA, for the community of Burbank. So then that little resource room, the idea grew bigger and bigger and bigger, and it just snowballed into serving the LGBTQA community. It turned into us providing social justice resources and help and making those partnerships with other nonprofits, and creating services for youth in the foster care system. I grew up in the foster care system in New York City, and I aged out successfully. But that was due to spaces like this and drop-in centers that were kind of like Starbucks on like every corner in New York City. So when I moved here to California and I started working in Burbank, I realized that we didn't have drop-in centers everywhere, and that was important to us. So that's how the Social Impact Center came to be.
You guys offer services more outside than just Burbank, right? We have folks coming here from all over, is that right?
Yeah, we focus in Burbank and then expand to the San Fernando Valley, and then from there expand into the Los Angeles County.
Okay, that's great. Now let me ask you, Fernanda, you've been in Burbank quite a while. You know that what we're doing here, what the community has created, is very unique and it's very new.
Being queer here in Los Angeles, it's difficult because things are usually on the other side of the mountain. There's not a lot of access here in the San Fernando Valley, and then when you go into Burbank, there isn't. But we're making that change.
Kit Kats.
I will gladly give you baguettes with for some cash.
I'll just give you some cashews.
Good evening and welcome to the, and I'm now calling to order the Board of Education meeting of April 20th, 2023. We'll begin tonight with a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandino, Tataviam, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. Next, we will move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask, she is here. Former Board President Dave Kemp, if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's great to have Mr. Kemp back with us. With that, Ms. Quiterio, will you please take the roll at this time?
Member Tabet. Member Tabet is absent today. Member Ponser Kamkar.
Present.
Clerk Agakanian.
Aye.
Vice President Weisberg.
Present.
President Ferguson.
Present. Okay, we do have 4 members present, so we do have a quorum, so we are able to continue with our with the items in the meeting ahead. Item number 5, reporting on closed session. The board took public comment for closed session, but did not adjourn into closed session, so we will do so after the regular meeting is concluded. Next, we will move to item 6, which is adjustments to the agenda. Does anybody have any adjustments to the agenda?
President Ferguson, we have one adjustment. We would like to pull item 13I. And just to give it's the contract with Oso Lake. They could not fund, or excuse me, they did not have the staffing for the program, so we're looking at alternative sites.
Okay. Without objection from my colleagues, we'll pull 13I. And then I will ask that we also pull from the consent calendar item 14A until we are finished with closed session, which is the action on the final settlement agreement for special education, until after we're able to hear that in closed session. Any objections from my colleagues? Seeing none, then we'll move that to the end. Great. We'll move to item 7, items for future agendas. Any items for future agendas? I do want to celebrate, but I don't want to take any thunder away from Dr. Weisberg, who has been working for a few months now, if not years, to bring our school board meetings to a new medium. And because of a great partnership with our city, I'll leave it up to you to announce what's happening for the first time tonight.
It's not going to sound cool, but it is cool. So we are finally on the Burbank YouTube channel, and I want to tell you why that's not the lamest thing you've ever heard. It is great for a number of reasons. One, as many of you know, it is really difficult to find where to watch board meetings. You have to wade through the weeds to get to Granicus. The other thing that's really fantastic, and the thing I'm most excited about, is that you can now translate immediately and listen to it in myriad different languages, right? Because you have that instant translation feature on YouTube. Also, for our deaf and hard of hearing community, you can do closed captions. So it really makes it significantly more inclusive for people who want to watch the meetings. So our hope is that this will encourage literally tens of people to tune in and hopefully engage with the district and with the board more. So again, thanks to our partners in the city, we brought it up and it happened within a couple of days. So it's a small thing, but I'm hopeful it will have a big impact.
Absolutely. It didn't take a little bit of effort, and that's the reality. It's amazing what takes a lot of effort. So again, to Dr. Weisberg, thank you for bringing that extra level of accessibility to our board meetings. Critically important, and thank you to our city partners who made it happen for us. Next, I will move to item 8, presentations and recognition. First things first, if we could have we've been notified of 2 passings within our district family, and so we want to take a moment to honor their service to the district. First, we would like to honor the passing of Christian Morales. Christian Morales passed on March 25th, 2023. He was a resident of Burbank. He attended Burbank schools and graduated from John Burroughs High School. Christian was originally hired in October of 2006 and worked in various positions within Burbank Unified. He worked as an instructional assistant, bilingual translator, behavior intervention assistant for special education, a discrete trial facilitator, and intervention specialist for at-risk students. Christian worked at Providencia Elementary, Jefferson Elementary, Edison Elementary, and Miller Elementary, literally every corner of our community. In the most recent position with BUSD, Christian worked as an at-risk interventionist at William McKinley Elementary School, and Christian was beloved by staff, students, and anyone who met him. He was passionate about spreading kindness and joy. His positive attitude and smile brought sunshine everywhere he went. Christian is survived by his mother and his sister, and he will be greatly missed by our school community and all who knew him. So we will be adjourning tonight in his memory. And then we will also be adjourning this meeting in memory of a very well-known name and a long-standing name in our community, Frank Callum. I have 2 descriptions, but I want to read both of them because of this man's impact and long legacy of teaching and making a difference in the lives of our students. Frank Callum passed on Tuesday, April 11th. Many had the pleasure of working with Frank as he was a teacher, coach, athletics director at Burbank High. And Frank began his career with the Burbank Unified School District in the fall of 1962 and retired in June of 2000 after a 38-year career with the district. Frank is a member of the Burbank High School Athletic Hall of Fame. The track facility was named in his honor, and along with Mr. Kemp, in 2019. Frank's tremendous impact can be seen in multiple cross-country titles won, the national records set, as well as through the lives of many students, colleagues, and families that he touched. Frank was a mentor to many. This was also offered. Frank Callum, born on September 24th, 1939, passed April 11th, 2023. Frank passed away after a brief illness at the age of 83. Frank moved to California in early 1956 with his parents and settled in Glendale. He went to Hoover High School and became a star athlete in cross country and track and was an outstanding student. Following his graduation from Hoover in June of 1957, Frank went to Glendale College, where he continued his athletic and academic career. He was inducted into the Glendale College Athletic Hall of Fame for his athletic exploits. You can still see his name up there. Frank continued his athletic and educational career at Cal State University, Los Angeles, graduating in 1961 and receiving his teaching credential in 1962. He began his teaching career with Burbank High School in September of 1962, where he taught and coached for the next 38 years. Frank taught science, health, physical education, and coached numerous sports, and served as athletic director until his retirement in June of 2000. Frank is survived by his wife, Sharon Nelson Callum, who we are blessed to have with us this evening, whom he married in 1961. And he is also survived by children Lori Callum Matzner, Michael, Scott Callum, Selena, and grandchildren Shannon Matzner, Asione, Michael, Christopher Matzner, Alyssa Callum, and great-grandchildren Candace, Mackenzie, and Grayson Matzner. Son Mark Callum, and preceded Frank in death in 1981. A celebration of life ceremony is still being planned and will be announced at a later date. We in Burbank are so lucky because so many of our teachers stay with us for so long, and 38 years is a tremendous life of service to give any community, and we are so grateful that we know that not just Frank gave of his time and his service, but we know the family often comes with. So we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for his service, and we will adjourn our meeting tonight in memory of both his service and the service of Christian Morales, who was taken from us way too soon. Thank you. With that, we will move to brief announcements. Would any board members like to make brief announcements? Yeah, this is the time when.
Oh, okay, then yes. Sorry, new things. So this is great because it gives me an opportunity just to say a few quick thank yous. I had my spring break a week after BUSD had their spring break, so I had the opportunity to do what I love to do during that and go visit classrooms. I did want to say thank you to everybody who attended and helped make our special board meeting and our 2 safety town halls happen, one virtual and one in person. I'm not sure if anybody attended, but they were really powerful and I felt important. So thanks to Dr. Hill and Board President Ferguson for moderating them both, and to all the staff that helped make those happen. To the amazing teachers and admin at Luther and Huerta and Monterey who let me come and visit, to Disney for letting me come and help moderate their DEI parent event, which was really exciting and interesting. This past weekend, I had the opportunity, I saw ASB President Huerta there. The Burbank Youth Board put on a resource fair. I think there's a fancier term for it, and what was it called? Do you remember? Oh, Resource Equity Day, which was fantastic and gave students and parents and anybody who attended an opportunity to, not only they had a huge table set up with all these free test prep books. Ms. Shiraga, who's now at Monterey, she gave this fantastic, informative PowerPoint presentation on the difference between community college, four-year state, and private. So it was super informative and really impressive, and they did that in partnership with Parks and Rec. So that was really, really wonderful. Thank you to Roosevelt for including all of us in their book club. I'm looking forward to reading the book, and I'm also looking forward to heading to Washington on May 5th to read to Miss Collins' class. So thank you to woo! So just a huge thank you to everybody. I know it's never like normal to have somebody walk into your classroom and just hang out for a bit, or at least it's not for me. When people visit my classroom, I'm always like, I turn into a robot. But it was really wonderful to get a chance to visit places, to talk to some of our new principals, and just get a chance to do the best part of my job, which is to see the teachers doing what they do best and seeing the kiddos be recipients of all of that amazing work.
Excellent.
That's all I got.
Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
Yeah, thank you, President Ferguson. I similarly had a week of spring break, post-BUSD spring break, and so I spent some time visiting classrooms as well. So I want to thank the principals at Roosevelt, Huerta, and Edison for taking me around, and thanks again to the teachers for letting me see some of the magic that happens in those classrooms. I know it was maybe especially disconcerting to have a board member there while you were in the middle of SBAC prep, and let me tell you, like, I have done test prep. I understand what it looks like. So thank you for doing that for our students, because it's very important. I also want to say thank you to April Weaver at Monterey for including me in their spring graduation celebration. This now seems like a year ago, but it was right after the last board meeting. But it was really beautiful to see. I think it was one of their largest spring graduation classes, and the energy with those students was it was just really heartening. I also want to thank Leadership Burbank for the progress that they've made on the refilling stations for our schools and for raising awareness about plastics use. They had a great event this last weekend. And if you didn't hear during closed session, I also just still want to recognize the advocacy of BTA. I've gotten at least 75 emails from parents. That doesn't even count the emails from teachers. And they've not gone unread or unreplied. And I want you to know that they're seen. And we understand kind of what we're working with here. So thank you.
Dr. Agakanian.
Thank you. I had the honor and privilege to attending Burbank High School's the Armenian Genocide Commemoration event. It was not only informative, but also seeing all of our students, listening to some of the lecturers. There was dance, there was music, and our string orchestra played a wonderful piece. It was very touching. But at the same time, I do want to thank everyone who attended the event and the principal as well. I also had the honor of speaking at the Rotary Club, where one of our students from Bret Harte was acknowledged, and our principal was there. And, you know, I give a little report about Burbank, but thank you, and thank you, Mr. Barry Gusso, for inviting me to speak. I did also attend the Leadership Burbank event, and it was a great program. You know, for those of you who don't know about Leadership Burbank or never been part of it, it's a great way of not only learning about Burbank, but also working on great projects. As the co-founder of our environmental committee for the district, I can tell you that this is very fantastic because we're going to be saving a lot of plastic now that we have this. I do want to thank our own Rick Wonk, who is employee with the district and also is part of the Leadership Burbank. It was a great program. And again, I want to thank all of the individuals who supported the program, sponsored the program. And now we're going to have less wasted plastic at our schools with this program. So thank you very much, and thank you, Leadership Burbank.
Thank you, Dr. Agakanian. Just briefly, Dr. Hill and I did spend a lot of time talking about safety for the past few weeks, and that conversation is not over. The work is really just beginning in a lot of senses. In other senses, we've already gotten to work. And so I first want to thank all the staff who have helped facilitate our town hall meetings, and who have sat through and made themselves available for questions about campus safety and security. A lot of this stemming from concerns which have happened as a result of what happened at Burbank High School. You know, since then, we continue to find ourselves with safety situation after safety situation after safety situation. So we are doing you know, we are being confronted very much by a world that has a lot of different things to respond to, frankly. And we can be as proactive as we can. And we are. We are looking in every way, shape, or form to secure this district, to ensure secure learning environments, secure work environments for everybody involved. But when we have students driving by, shooting pellets at school sites, and that's the norm, When we're locking down a school campus, probably once or twice a month, it doesn't matter how fast we get out emails anymore, folks. We got a cultural problem. So our staff, a number of whom are in the audience tonight, are here begging for compensation adjustments. And we've got a world that's screaming out, secure our schools, lock them down, spend the money on Kevlar, do the spend, spend, spend. This is exhausting, folks. This is a district in perpetual crisis after crisis after crisis. And at some point in time, and I say this because I love this community, we as a community have to own this and understand the solution starts at home in many ways. We can't send every problem off to school and hope it gets educated away. At the same time, our staff, we can't expect that every household will be able to provide support and background and time when you know how expensive it is to live in this community. So we all have to do our part to make a safer community. I have to tell you, there were moments that were deeply uncomfortable standing before my community and being accountable as a leader in this community, responsible for safety. But that is what I signed up for. And it was uncomfortable, but that is what I signed up for. From the start of my presidency, I have been uncomfortable. Why? Because that is what the job has asked of me in this moment. So to our classified staff, to our teachers, to our administrators, in every way that you can, when the exhaustion hasn't overwhelmed you, have compassion for people, take a moment, love on kids, help convey the lessons that can create safer learning environments for our community. For our parents, for our caregivers who love so many and who work so hard to provide for kids, take a moment, even a brief one, 5-minute conversation. It could be while you're packing the car, to tell that everybody can play a role. And that if a kid needs help, there are resources and people to talk to in this city of all cities. At the end of June, we will be reporting back as a district with a 100-day plan from the date of the incident at Burbank High School. This will include facility improvements, this will include programmatic changes, and a number of other changes, frankly, we won't be able to discuss publicly because they relate to safety. Having said that, that is the accountability you all and this community deserves. So we are also going to be working with our city partners to try and tighten access to the campuses at different points so that we are not worried about random people walking onto campus a little too early. Our city partners have shown up in many ways to help us with this conversation, but we have a long way to go before we're done. So I want to thank everybody for, again, your patience. It is by far the greatest responsibility that we have to keep everybody who both works for us and our kids as safe as possible. And we take it as seriously as it gets. So we have work to do. Pay attention towards the end of June. You will see points. We will make sure it goes out via email as well. My email is on the district website. If not, it's steveferguson@burbankusd.org. You can email anybody up here. But as somebody who is doing my best to take lead in this moment, to take accountability in this moment, you can contact me directly. So looking forward to the conversation ahead, looking forward to the presentation. Again, thank you to staff who have been there every step of the way and who have done some real introspective work, frankly, to try and make sure that our kids are safe. Okay. With that, we will move on to reports from the board. And I also do want to say different board members did participate at different moments throughout this time. So this is not just a one board member situation. I do want to clarify that. Everybody is interested. The format in which we can communicate often doesn't allow for multiple board members to participate unless we want to do one of these meetings. So everybody is fully invested in this. But we want you to know that all eyes and all minds are on this problem. With that, we'll go to item 9, reports from the board, and we will go to our student representatives first. starting with Ms. Tara Petrosian from Burbank High School.
Good evening, Board President Ferguson, Vice President Weisberg, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Hill, and the wonderful Burbank community. With spring break now complete, Burbank High is now in the final stretch before summer break, and we're not slowing down. Starting off with ASB News, our third and final blood drive of the school year was held on Wednesday, April 12th. Every student who donated got an AMC ticket, and I'm glad to say that we met our goal with over 140 signups and over 60 bags of blood donated. Burbank High School is also participating in the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society's Light the Night campaign. It's a fundraising campaign that also teaches service learning while helping to raise critical funds for blood cancer patients. As a school, over the past years, we've raised close to $100,000, so I'm so glad that we're participating in it again. Also, in terms of prom, our prom ticket sales started last week. From April 10th to the 23rd, tickets are $85 with an ASB card and $95 without, and prices will increase $5 the week after and another $5 the week after that. The ticket sales will end May 5th for all the seniors who are interested. The seniors versus juniors Powder Puff game was also yesterday, April 19th at 4 p.m. on our football field. After a really close and event-filled game where it was tied 20-20, I'm glad and extremely excited to say that the seniors took the win, and I might be a little biased because I was on the team, but the seniors took the win by scoring a touchdown from the 10-yard line and blocking the juniors' touchdown. So yeah, congrats to the seniors. Also, sadly, our BHS car show that was set to happen on May 6th has been canceled, and it's going to be moved to the next school year because there's a lot of car shows happening on the same day, so we'd rather have our Burbank High students supporting other events rather than taking away from them. But it will be back next year. They're already planning it. Also, this week is our final Spirit Week to show off our support for the spring sports. So Monday was USA Day, so students dressed in red, white, and blue. Tuesday was Country versus Country Club, so students dressed like cowboys or cowgirls or in preppy attire. Okay, Wednesday was Dress as Your Type Day, so whatever you guys take that as, someone you're interested in, whatever. Today was Tacky Tourist Day, and tomorrow is our pep rally day. So the theme for our rally this year is Season's Greetings. So seniors are summer, so they should dress in pink. Juniors are winter, so they should dress in blue. Sophomores are spring, so they should dress in green, and freshmen are fall, so they should dress in orange. We have also been hosting fun activities at lunch every day in the quad during this week as well. In other news, our Burbank High Instrumental Association hosted a Spring Jazz Night on April 1st, which included jazz performances from Burbank High's jazz groups and others such as John Muir's jazz groups as well. The same day, our Unleashed dance team was at school bright and early to set up posters and prepare for the dance competition that they hosted at Burbank High. They performed 5 dances, and although they didn't place, I'm again so proud of how hard our team has worked this year, not to mention the extra work to host a competition at Burbank High. Also, our drama program performed Bernard Pomeroy's play, The Elephant Man, on the Colony Theater. So originally, I thought the board meeting was on April 6th, so I had the dates for it, but all the dates have unfortunately passed, so there's no way to see the play anymore, but I heard it was a really good play. So, sorry about that. I'm also proud to announce that Burbank High Vocal Association did amazing at the John Burroughs VMA Showcase last week. They left the show with first place, as well as an award for musicianship, showmanship, best a cappella, best show design, best tech crew, and we had 2 best soloists, Aliyah Holland and Renee Harris. So I want to give a big congrats to our VMA. Yeah. All of our programs at Burbank High are just doing so great. It's so hard to keep up with all of them, but I just want to say I'm really proud of all of them. Again, lastly, as Dr. Agakhanian stated, on April 5th, our very own Armenian Club hosted an Armenian Heritage Assembly during 4th period to inform students about the Armenian culture that surrounds so many of us every day. The assembly included BHS Orchestra playing Masquerade Suite by Aram Khachaturian, as well as a violin, song, and dance performance by various of our own BHS students. Students were also taught more about the culture from our speaker, Dr. Tigran Khodanian, who works at the USC Shoah Foundation for Genocide Research. Again, I wanted to thank Dr. Agakhanian for also coming out. It was a very inspiring assembly, and I'm proud that Burbank High gets to showcase this amazing culture. So there weren't any particular student concerns, but I was going to wonder about the specific follow-up in school safety, and you already covered that, so You got it? Other than that, Burbank High is thriving and getting ready for summer, and always remember, it's great to be a Bulldog.
Thank you, as always.
Of course.
We do have a question from Vice President Weisberg.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not. It's not. It's serious. Well, first of all, if you have, just to remind you, and which I think you know, if you have questions about updates and things, don't wait till a board meeting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just let us know so we can give you an update. This may actually not be a question that you can answer. It may be a question for Dr. Paramo or Dr. Hill, but you mentioned the prom tickets. Prom's expensive.
Yeah.
Do we have like financial assistance for people who want to attend prom but can't afford the ticket price? I don't know if any. I don't know. I'm just curious.
So that is a situation that does come up, and when that has been brought to the attention of the principal, we have been able to work that out.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Of course. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next student representative from our other comprehensive high school, Ever Huerta.
Ever? I have fans tonight. Woo! Thank you to all the teachers from my alma mater, Dolores Huerta and Walt Disney Elementary. Woo!
And you're now a YouTube content creator.
And yes, right.
This is your moment.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube now. For those who don't know, I am a subscriber of the Burbank channel. So I'm sitting in my chair and I got my notification. Burbank Board of Education meeting is live on the Burbank channel. I was like, oh my God, I'm a YouTuber. Oh my God. Get my good angles.
Thank you, Dr. Weisberg.
Good evening, President Ferguson, Vice President Weisberg, board members, Superintendent Hill, district staff, and amazing Burbank community here and at home watching. I'm so excited to be back with you. It's felt like forever that we've had a school board meeting to share all the amazing things that is going on here at Burroughs. Here at Burroughs, we had our last Spirit Week and last pep rally of the year, which this year's theme was Summer Lovin'. Monday was Merica Monday, wear red, white, and blue. Travel Tuesday, wear comfy clothes. Wavy Wednesday, wear beach gear. Theme Thursday, which was the day of our pep rally, which was Met Gala. That was our theme. Where each class dressed on their own theme. And then to end off the week on Friday, Family Friday, wear your best Burroughs gear. On April 5th, students here at Burroughs as well joined the national walkout demanding for more gun control, where student leaders and other students spoke on issues and signed petitions. As well, it was great getting in contact with all the school board members who also showed their support for the students who walked out. As well, this week, ASB partnered up with our Armenian Club, and where this week has been to remember and raise awareness of the Armenian genocide. Where on Monday, they sold pins, ribbons, and shirts. Tuesday, a paint activity on the quad. Wednesday, we had our virtual presentation for Dikran Kodomian on the history of Armenian genocide and current issues going on in Artsakh today. He also came on campus during lunch to answer any questions that students had of his presentation. Thursday, personalized flower craft, and tomorrow, Friday, wear red, blue, and orange. And in the quad, well, they will be having and doing traditional Armenian dance. A special thank you to Dr. Paramo as well, who came to meet with ASB this week to discuss the qualities of what Burroughs student leaders want to see in our new principal and future administration working on. So thank you, Dr. Paramo, for that insightful meeting. ASB is still raving on about you. I think they want him as president, not me. The following week, our amazing college peer mentors will be hosting a Spirit Week starting on Tuesday called College Week. Tuesday, which will be Connect for with the teachers, which students, seniors who will be going to a four-year university or to college will meet with John Burroughs High School teachers that have the same major as them just to get some insight. Wednesday is Application Roulette. Thursday is Rep Your College Gear, and Friday will be Donuts for Decisions. Can't wait for my donut. Today and tomorrow, our very own JBHS Dance program will be having their annual Spring Show concert starting at 7, so come out and show support. I will be there tomorrow, so I hope to see some of you there. Moving into the world of sports, we want to give a huge congratulations to our very own John Burroughs softball team who beat Burbank in a very close game, 1-0, and as well, a huge congratulations to our softball team who is first in league. As well, thank you to the Board of Education, who has worked with our softball team and softball program to help them. And when they came in and raised concerns, they are truly appreciative and are loving the new change that they are seeing. As well to our boys baseball team, who as well are in first place in league. So huge congratulations to those both teams. Then, today our amazing pre-law club and our teen court went to a field trip to USC's law school and got a tour and participated in a mock trial to learn more of their different programs. These two clubs are amazing and are very active on our campus. It's amazing to see them go on these field trips and learning everything that they're going. Then as well, on Saturday, April 22nd, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., our Aqua Alliance Club will be hosting a water walk, fundraiser to help simulate the walk that people in developing countries must take and must walk for water. Students will walk 12 laps around the track while carrying 2 gallons of water. All donations and money collected will be donated to support the construction of a water well for the Sunjia Primary School in Sierra Leone in West Africa. This event is open to students and to the community, and we hope to see you all there and support this amazing club on their endeavor that they are taking. I also want to give a huge congratulations to the students who over the weekend went to Skills USA to represent Burroughs from our culinary, photo, and engineering program, and then a very huge congratulations to our very own Matthew Beiser, who got 2nd overall in the photography section. So he has a cool medal, and we've been parading him around the school. And then as well, ASB had its elections. Obviously, I won't be here next year, sadly. But a huge congratulations to the next ASB president, Paris Tesfu, the next ASB vice president, Kayla Cruz, the next ASB auditor, Alyssa Allen, our ASB legislative secretary, Mia Antonio, and our ASB Executive Secretary Ava Samuelson, who will be an amazing executive cabinet for the next year, and we cannot wait to see all their future endeavors that they take. And then our favorite part of my report, student concerns. As well, Mr. Ferguson, President Ferguson already touched upon just student safety, concerning especially as at Burroughs we had a lockdown. We like to have lockdowns for some reason. It's always during 6th period, not fun, especially talking with students, and as well in the situation that occurred on Tuesday in Chase Bank. For those who don't know, in Chase Bank, unfortunately, somebody took their life in their car by a self-inflicting gun wound. Many students at 1 p.m., which is when it's our lunchtime, so some students are outside with their lunch passes, and some students didn't even know what was going on, and they came up to me, they're like, do you know what's going on? I was like, not that I know of. And then later in the day, we saw the news report that came out. So maybe just in that, what are the procedures of that? And many students were wondering why wasn't there a soft lockdown or something like that to make sure, especially if there was a gun in that area of the school premises. So that's all for my report, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Before you leave, let's get you a response from Dr. Hill as to your soft lockdown question, let's call it that. And by the way, we don't like lockdowns at Burroughs. No. Nobody likes lockdowns at all. Dr. Hill.
For this specific incident, we were not notified. I believe the way it happened with the police department was a citizen found the individual that took their life. But if a normal situation, BPD would notify us, and during lunchtime, we'd make sure that it would be a blackboard message that would go out to students and faculty if that happened. But we'll follow up with the principals, make sure those protocols are in place. But we were not notified given the situation.
Thank you.
And I will also say, as I was discussing a little bit earlier, I would like to, before we finalize the 100-day plan, I'd like to bring in you and Ms. Tara Petrosian so that we can do a read-in, do a check-in on some of the concerns you're having, obviously. So many of the comments that we've got that were truly kind of insightful and valuable and really actionable were offered by students. So thank you. But we will be bringing you in on that front. One of the things I will also say, and I am a news guy right and left. I work in government. I really need to know news as it happens. But I will say, my Burbank and the race against my Burbank is so challenging. We have also been on the receiving end of when my Burbank gets it wrong and the panic that ensues as a result of it. I cannot compete with my Burbank, who is looking for ad sponsorship and not looking to create an atmosphere of calm that we have to educate in. So I need my Burbank, and I am saying this as president of the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education, to start acting responsibly, because what it triggers on Twitter for the sake of ad revenue is chaos on our school sites, and it needs to be corrected, and it's wrong. So I am asking the publishers of my Burbank to get in touch with our school district to establish an agreement that says if you're going to publish, we don't want to censor anybody, but when we've got kids and teachers and classified employees who are on these school sites who are dealing with the emotional meltdowns that we are dealing with, we need a heads up before that tweet goes out, because we're working with actual law enforcement who don't just listen to a radio, who are actually telling us if you send out a communication any sooner, it could impact this investigation. I can't compete with that. And when parents are calling me saying, what the heck? Why didn't I know? Well, because we're working with the actual people solving it, not the people making money off of it. So my Burbank, you're hearing it from our students yourself. And this is not the first time these student board members have brought up the panic and the lack of responsibility that goes out with some of these tweets. So I need my Burbank, if it's the community partner it claims to be, to show up and to build an agreement with our district administration so that we can stop the panic, we can keep the learning, and we can keep these kids in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I run for re-election, my ads just went up, I know. Uncomfortable, uncomfortable. It's true, folks. Our community is great because it's a medium-sized community, but we need help. This is real. So with that, we will move to public comment. I'm going to read this long thing, so just, we do have some virtual speakers. We will go to them in the end. An individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item by completing a white request card and turning it into Ms. Quiterio. Ms. Quiterio, if you could raise your hand. Thank you. Mr. Schlossman is showing the behavior of turning in a card. Thank you for modeling that for us this evening. And speakers are requested to state their name or identify themselves somehow prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, except for by unanimous consent to the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating, now on YouTube. And any individual or group representative may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or subject within its jurisdiction during one of the 3 public comment sections. So we are going to first, we have sorted out our public comment period. We are first hearing from students and from those who are speaking on agenda items. Then we are going to move to the next set of cards, which are people who have come down to speak on items of general interest to the Board of Education. So we will continue to accept cards until the final speaker has concluded. Agenda items, great. See, look at that. That's how that works. And so we will begin our public comment tonight from Leah Zargaria, who has been patiently waiting for quite some time. So happy to have you.
Thank you. Hello, school board members, Dr. Hill, and our BUSD community. My name is Leah Zargarian, and I am a 7th grade student at John Muir Middle School. And I believe the modern education system is very unfair to teachers and students. Let me explain. Teachers don't get paid enough for the amount of work they do and how they spend their own money just for us. There are way too many students in one class, so the students aren't getting a one-on-one lesson, and it's harder to teach as well. Because the classrooms are so small and there are so many children in it, it can become very dangerous. The pressure that the schools put on us is to so much that kids have killed themselves because they thought it wasn't worth the days of dread and anxiety. It is paramount that we change the modern education school systems because teachers need to get paid more, students need more freedom, and the modern education system is the leading cause of stress, anxiety, depression, or even suicide for an average teenager. First, the modern education system needs to change because it doesn't pay teachers enough. My first reason on why teachers should get paid more is because if teachers can get paid more, then students would have a better education. That way, then not only are more teachers putting in more effort, but they will also be able to supply students with basic needs. Teachers have to work outside of school, prepping, making seating charts, and creating assignments in general. While they're doing all of that, they are not getting paid. They are humans that take hours out of their day just so we could have a better education. They should be paid for that time. According to the article, 6 benefits to increasing teacher pay, higher pay for teachers means students do better. Students do better when teachers are compensated more. According to one study, a 10% increase in teacher salary would result in a 5 to 10% improvement in student performance. Students also gain long-term advantages from teacher compensation. When teachers get paid more, then the education from my peers and I will increase by 10%. Not only that, but because of this, it'll help us tremendously, and our success rate for students will also go up. Teachers and students want to be treated as valuable. Teachers come to work or school every morning. They set us up for the future. They should get paid more for the work they do. They are training students to be the future, and we are the future, so why are we being neglected by the education system? Second, we must change the modern education system because of student behavior. One reason for this is classroom size. With 35 kids in a room, it can become unmanageable. We shouldn't be in a room with other noisy people and expect to succeed amazingly. Discipline is just as important as getting an A on a test. Without smaller class sizes, there's more bullying. According to the Newport Academy, school-related stressors such as bullying and academic pressure can catalyze or contribute to adult depression. Because teens are dealing with so many physical and emotional changes during this period of development, it's harder for them to cope with stress. Schools can affect teens my age, and no one wants to stop it or talk about it. This is important because rates of depression have been exceeding ever since 2005 to 2015, which is very recent, considering how the people born in these years will be our future someday, and someone needs to protect it. Third, our school system needs to change because students need not just discipline to behave properly, but they will also need help for their mental health. Giving struggling students detention isn't going to get you very far if that kid has issues of their own. You'll just be adding more fuel to the fire. Those kids who are struggling either at home or being disrespectful in the classroom should get people to talk to or maybe even therapy. Depression rate for teenagers in the United States are higher than any other country. There are approximately 4.1 million teenagers suffering from depression. In California, over 63% of students have been screened and were found to be experiencing mental breakdowns, and 45% have been reported to have been suffering from depression. Many kids are getting depressed from not being able to do their best because of their mental health. Meanwhile, the school system is saying that if you don't get an A, you're going to go nowhere. If teachers were paid more, then their stress levels would go down too, and they'd be able to help more students academically and mentally. Solving these flaws in our education system is extremely crucial to our future. This is our future, our lives, our spirit, and most importantly, our education. I want people to hear this and know what is going on and that it's not okay. So we as a community need to come together and help each other out. We need to protect each other so we can save our nation's future. We need to support our teachers because if one of us is struggling, all of us are struggling. Thank you for your time.
Great job. We respond to everybody at the end, but this is why we're all proud, folks. This is why we're all proud. Okay. Our next speaker is Lynn Rodacher, followed by Chris Mitchell.
Good evening, President Ferguson, board members, Superintendent Hill, district staff, student representatives, and all who have turned out and tuned in tonight. My name is Lynn Rodacher. I teach at John Muir Middle School. This is my 33rd year teaching at Muir, and my husband Rod also teaches at Muir. It's his 25th year teaching in the district. My mom, Julie Black, also taught for 25 years in this district, and I'm the granddaughter of a John Muir cafeteria worker from the 1950s. My husband and I are Burbank homeowners, and so we are deeply invested in Burbank schools and this community. I love my job and I love my students. This year I have the honor of teaching 2 children of former students of mine, and that's just a beautiful thing. But I have to say, for the first time maybe in my whole career, this job is feeling unsustainable. And I'm not alone. It's evident from the mass exodus of fine teachers and administrators that this district has suffered. Tonight I've brought with me my broom and dustpan, and you can tell they're mine because my name appears on both. I received this, as did all of my colleagues, in December of this year, because we have a couple of custodians with health issues, and due to low custodial substitute pay, it was really hard to find substitute custodians. And so day after day, week after week, all fall, we were sweeping our own floors. And even recently at open house, I spent 3 evenings decorating my room with students. They did service hours, bringing my own tape because we don't have tape in the storeroom. I went to CVS in the rain at 8 o'clock at night the night before to print pictures for parents to see. And it was 4:30 the night of open house, and a substitute custodian came in. He said, "Trash and dash," and just dumped the trash and left. And I looked at my floor, and it was a mess. You know, discarded pencils, scraps of paper from things that we had worked on, water bottles. And I thought, for the love of God, I've been here for 3 nights preparing my room. And now I have to sweep my floor. So, I mean, that's, you know, I teach English, and we talk about symbolism. And, you know, this is a symbol that Burbank teachers again and again are asked to clean up the mess that we are not making. We are asked to compensate, right, for the shortcomings of this district, and yet we're not being compensated. And excuse me, I just added this section here, but I have to speak to, it sounded to me, President Ferguson, that you were saying earlier about school safety, that we have to choose between raises and safety. That's what it sounded like, and I just want to say that I have to be honest about that. I wrote to Dr. Hill last July. I wrote you an email, and I said, our schools are not safe. I'm really, really worried. One of our really fine teachers of more than 30 years, a dear colleague and friend, retired early last year because she had had a death threat made against her. And for the rest of the year, she had to watch the student walk up and down past her classroom. That is really unnerving. I had to get the heartbreaking news this fall that a student that I had taught last year had walked onto our campus in the morning and had to be carried off on a stretcher by paramedics because he was beaten so severely. We have asked again and again for more supervision. John Muir is like a wedding cake. It has many levels. We have over 1,500 students on our campus right now. We have been, for the last, I don't even know how many years, our administrators have been saying we need more supervisors, and we're not getting them. And so these are, and even today, I walk in to sign in, and I see a get well card for one of my colleagues. And I asked Dr. Miller, I said, what happened? And he said, she was knocked to the ground, one of our PE teachers, breaking up a fight, and she injured her back. So this is just a day I had to sign that card. This is really hard to watch students and colleagues suffer severe injuries. But you guys have removed so many of the safety protocols in this district. I feel like this is a problem you have created. And so when it sounded to me like we have to choose between safety and our raises, my head wanted to explode. I just have to be really honest about that. Tonight, on the agenda, it says that you're going to read the Teacher Appreciation Week proclamation. And this was initially why I wanted to speak tonight. It's been 1 year, and I've just been carrying in a little bit of resentment because last year I literally tuned into this meeting to hear what you all had to say. Do I just have 9 seconds left? Can I speak a little bit longer?
Unfortunately, because we have a ton of other speakers, we would have to grant equal time. So unfortunately,
can I just read what you said about teachers last year?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Also, a thank you to all the groups outside who make that week so special.
Ms. Rodacher, I'm sorry.
There was not one thank you, not one thank you said by any board members to teachers.
I'm sorry.
Except for Steve Frittner, who brought cookies, and he was not at this meeting last year. He brought cookies to our school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Mitchell. followed by Jerry Milady.
Sure, come on. Good evening. I'm Chris Mitchell, and I teach, this is my 34th year teaching. I'm at Huerta now. Before that, I was at Luther. And what I'd like to kind of go over some numbers that especially affect experienced teachers. I did some math today. In the last 7 years, our raises, we had a 3%, then 0, then 2%, then 1, then 0, then 0, then 5. Myself, like many of the experienced teachers in the district, the only raise we get, or the only increase in compensation is that raise because we don't get a step after 24 years. I looked at inflation during that same 7 years. The inflation rate was 23.3%. That means that my effective take-home during the last 7 years dropped by 12.3%. But really, that's 14.3% because we now have to pay another 2% out of our part towards our pension, which is a great thing, but that's still another 2%. So in the last 7 years, working just as hard, I'm earning 14.3% less. And that 14.3% is not just for during that period, because that affects the retirement for all of us. That's 14.3% the year after that, well, the year after I retire, and the year after that, and after that, and after that. It goes forever. And I just look at talking to experienced teachers at my school, talking to experienced teachers that I saw tonight, they feel trapped. They feel like they made a mistake not leaving Burbank when they were 10 or 15 years in for a district that paid more, because right now to leave Burbank means going down on the salary scale. And for community members and parents out there, you know, some of the numbers that people are hearing is like, oh, over the last 3 years, you know, 13% more. Well, that's not what's happening to your experienced teachers. That's why you're seeing a lot of experienced teachers who want to leave. That's why you're seeing morale problems. That's when I go onto campus, I don't see a lot of happy teachers anymore. And it's really sad to see that that's happening. Hopefully you guys can do something about that before the problem continues to get worse, because at some point, it's going to be really hard to recover from it. Thank you for your attention, and good night.
Our next speaker is Jerry Milady, followed by Mr. Steve Starleaf.
Excuse me, President Ferguson, that card was for the public hearing?
It was. Excellent.
I haven't turned my card in for speaking yet.
Okay. Well, then I will see you later.
Okay.
Thank you. Then we'll move, and thanks for correcting me. We will move to Mr. Steve Starleaf, followed by Aaron Barrick.
Good evening, President Ferguson, Vice President Weisberg, Superintendent Hill, and members of the staff. I'm here tonight on a general topic. I'm bringing good news. My wife and I, we live in Burbank, and we have a 9th grade daughter. Believe it or not, I know you're looking at me like the guy's 90. How could he have a 9th grade daughter? But I do, I can promise you. But we have an older son, so there you go. I'm here to talk about it's serendipitous timing. First, I really enjoyed you addressing a lot of my concerns in your talk. And second, around all these fine Burbank teachers here, because what I want to say is single out 2 teachers that are so impactful in our life, and that's Miss Lee Carlton at John Burroughs High School, Vice Principal, Special Education, I believe, and Jennifer Gomez, again, Special Education. Our daughter is, thank you, the claps really go for them. Our situation is a daily situation. Our daughter's on an IEP, has a number of issues, ADHD to name a few, and then I'm going to address one right here about how these ladies have gone out of their way. She has never gone to the restroom at either Huerta or John Burroughs. It's not the school's problem at all. It's our issue. We have a trauma history, and I asked these 2 great ladies about this, and they said, you know, we have a single occupancy restroom, and they can see Mr. Fernando, I don't know him, at John Burroughs, super nice guy. Our daughter really likes him. And if she'd like to use the restroom, you can go in, I guess, lock the door, and he'll stay there, and you can get out. But she will not go to the restroom. And I found that there's a number of other young ladies that, unfortunately, as you can figure out the rest, our history of our life is we've had some very sad trauma in that area, and you addressed it with the Burbank High thing that happened. We had that years ago. These two ladies are on it every single day. We contact them by email. We'll set up a 5-minute meeting. They're so busy helping everybody, but they take time. They're incredible. It's like going to Harvard. They are so wonderful in taking their time. They're really making a difference in somebody's life. And I can't go into a lot more of the details, but somebody who really needs the care, the concern, the sincerity, the authenticity of these two that just won't let go. Now, it's kind of a funny thing. Ms. Gomez said at the beginning, I never met these two gals at the start of the year. She said, I'm going to be your case manager my daughter is case manager for 4 years. And now that we've been in 1 year, I just wonder if she'll be alive in 4 years, because she's on it every day. And so is Miss Carlton. Changing classes, the bathroom, adjustment, social anxiety, petite person that's not physical, shall we say, that is worried about some of the issues you brought up, and the gal that just spoke about the teacher breaking up a fight, and just seeing those things, having experienced those. Again, I'm bringing good news. I want to commend these two. I told them I just insist on just saying, and the staff at Burroughs that I've seen are wonderful. I don't know them, but I see so much care and concern and sincerity. I have nothing but good things to say. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thanks to the board. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Barrick. I may have gotten your last name wrong.
You got it right.
I got it?
It was going to come up, and that was the first thing I was going to say.
Okay, great. That makes me happy.
I am not a public speaker, so I'm going to apologize. And I want to say to the gentleman that just spoke how I teach at Burroughs. I'm a mod severe special ed teacher at John Burroughs High School. I'm one of the independent living skills teachers there. And I have been at Burroughs for 22 years, since I graduated college. It's my first teaching job. It's going to be my last teaching job. I'm stuck here. You guys are stuck with me. And hearing compliments to our SPED department and to my dear friend, it really warmed my heart, and it helped kind of bolster me to come up. So I appreciate that. And I'm going to apologize if I'm looking at John and Sharon as I'm talking, because they've been with me since I started, and I'm more comfortable with you guys, so I'm going to apologize for that. I know you guys have heard way more eloquent speakers than me in regards to our fair settlement, and I'm almost maxed out on the salary schedule, so not a lot is going to make a difference for me. But we have so many open positions in our district, and we have mod severe open positions. They're already the hardest positions to fill. We have assistant positions open that are currently filled with non-public agency aides that make buckets more money than our staff do. So nobody wants to apply for the districts because they can go to the non-public agencies and make twice as much and get benefits. And so I just want to implore you to think about that small piece of our world. It's such a small piece, but it's such an important piece of our student population. And just keep that in mind, that if we want to recruit good teachers that will stay in this hard job for 22 years, then try offering a salary that will attract them. That's it.
Our next speaker is Catherine Colvin-Marvin, followed by Dr. Amalia Hernandez.
Good evening. President Ferguson, board members, Dr. Hill, staff members. My name is Catherine Colvin Marvin. I'm a teacher at Providencia Elementary, and I've been with the district since 1997. I'm also a Burbank homeowner and voter, and I'm here tonight to demand a fair settlement for BTA members.
Excuse me. Could you pull down your microphone a little bit?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give you a few seconds if you run over.
Okay.
Go ahead.
While I'm focused on providing meaningful, rigorous, and engaging lessons for my students, BUSD leadership should be focused on retaining and recruiting highly qualified educators. And yet here I am fighting for a living wage. How much time has been spent this school year alone on negotiations while districts all around us settle with fair wage increases for their teachers? BUSD will receive 11.3% in new ongoing monies for a cost of living adjustment. And yet you're only offering 5% of that to teachers. Pasadena settled for 10%, Ventura settled for 10% and a 2% bonus. Simi Valley settled for 11%, and Burbank offers 5%. Burbank is substantially lower than similar districts like Downey or Whittier, lower by 20 to 30%. Your offer puts us further behind in salaries and benefits, and you've got a fiscal responsibility to your employees. There's perhaps plenty that you can learn from maybe other districts, other boards, other admin colleagues in your neighboring districts, because what you're doing isn't providing for your employees. You can't continue to blame the lack of a parcel tax either. We have looked at the reserves. We need you to look at the reserves. We have seen the overinflated budgets for 3 years out. We've seen the budgets. We've seen the actuals. We haven't seen the sky fall. Honestly, I am losing faith in the district that I chose, in the district that I valued. You don't seem to value me. You're not choosing me. I'm losing faith in BUSD, and BUSD is losing faith with the community. Board members, Dr. Hill, respectively, find the 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Dr. Amalia Hernandez, followed by Roberto Villalta.
Good evening, board members, district admins. My name is Dr. Amalia Hernandez. My pronouns are she, her. I did want to talk tonight about the raise. So please approve the requested raise at 9%. We are at a point where we cannot afford to work for BUSD, no matter how much we love our kids. At Bret Harte, we have the Language Enriched Autism Program that works with our mild to moderate, we say moderate plus, students who have autism. We have had 9 teachers across 3 classrooms over the past 2 years. Let me say that again. We've had 9 teachers in 3 classrooms in 2 years. They can't afford to work here. This is unacceptable. For our students specifically, structure and routine is essential. With such tumultuous turnover, our LEAP students are suffering. Our teachers have to make the hard choice between working with the students they love and working for a district where they can make a living wage. We need a competitive raise to recruit and retain our quality educators. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roberto Villalta, followed by Schlossman.
Good evening, Mr. Ferguson.
Good evening.
Dr. Wife, Matt Hill, and the teacher behind me, they deserve to have better salaries. So I'm glad we have a full house. Mm-hmm. As a classified employee, I've been working for the district almost 25 years. The situation with the new administrator and Dolores Huerta is getting worse for me. When I apply for transfer to work for Jordan almost 5 years ago now, Dolores Huerta, Dr. Mack never called me about my schedule for any reason. My first boss was Sean McCollum, And he never called me about my schedule. And tonight, I just want to let you know that when I started at Jordan, February 2019, I received this schedule. Okay? I start every day at 5:30 a.m. Since the new lead came to Dolores Huerta, I don't have anything against the new lead custodian. But 6 months ago, when that person started, he's complaining about he got a lot of jobs to do. When she applied for that position, she knew this schedule. Somehow, there's complaining that she cannot do this schedule. I never complained for my schedule. I didn't read this schedule. I get it. I follow to do the best every morning at Dolores Huerta. Now, I got more assignment to do. So my area is getting worse. Cafeteria is getting worse. I don't have time to do everything. I got 3 different big sites to clean the auditorium, to clean the cafeteria, and to clean the kitchen. In the old school, the lead custodian cleaned the cafeteria, and the custodian cleaned the kitchen, even high school and middle school. But check this out. Sarah and Mr. Hill and Dolores Huerta, who cleaned the kitchen and the cafeteria? Myself. And I never complained for that. I don't know who write this schedule 5 years. This has been doing for many years. Former Efren Sandoval, lead custodian, he did. Gary Rapp, remember Gary Rapp? He did too. But when Mr. New hired the new lead custodian, she applied for this schedule. But she started complaining. Now I got more jobs to do. I don't have the time to do everything in my regular shift. So if every day in my side, they've been, you know what, how many times they called me until today? Almost 13 times to the office about my schedule. And Dr. Mike never called me for that. This new administrator is giving me hard time every morning. So I request to you, because I try to reach some of you, I never get feedback from you guys. I talked to Dr. Paramo, remember, by phone. I invite you for the last meeting, and you didn't show up. Dr. Weissner, I write an email, never feedback. Sarah, I tried to reach before, I never feedback from you guys. Tomorrow I have another meeting at 2:30, and check this out. They won't change that. You can see Principal New picking trash in the school. I don't know if he got time for the education of the kids, but I need some help. I need some help.
Understood. Please wrap your...
Please, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Schlossman, followed by Ms. Britta Maslick, and also if Mr. Dionysian could come down to the front so I could check in with you really briefly for clarity on your card. Go ahead, Mr. Schlossman.
On your closed session agenda tonight, one of the items was you expelled a kid and you listed 4 reasons. And I don't think the public or the teachers understand. I had to go look up these 4 reasons, and they're very serious. It was terroristic threats. It was a weapon. I think it was Smoking was one of them. That was funny when you compare it to the others. So we should know what's going on within our schools and the reasons why. Some time ago, you authorized all these top people here to surrender their vacation days for cash. And you asked for a report a year later. It's been about a year, so I'd like to see that report and know how many of you surrendered your vacation days for cash, if any. We had a meeting over at Jefferson, and the last get-together, and 3 of you were absent. Ms. Posner-Kamkar, Mr. Agakanian, and Ms. Tabbitt didn't even take the effort to go to a meeting to hear the concerns of the students and the parents regarding security, and that was very troubling to me. We talked about, I read a report that only 41% of your third graders can read at grade level, and that's troubling to me. That means 59% are failing. And Ms. Posner-Kamkar, I had high hopes for you that you would kind of say something about the poor grades that our students receive and affect change. But nobody says anything about it. You just kind of note and file it, and year after year, I've been coming many years talking about this subject, that I want our kids to do better. The superintendent has been here 8 years, and the grades haven't improved. It's time for a change with this guy. We don't need somebody here to rubber stamp and just agree with what's, we need some leadership here. And I'm really hoping that you'll say something about it. Mr. President, my timer's not going here, and I don't know where I am, so.
Okay. Before you start again, the timer started? Great, thank you.
Oh, okay. Fair is fair. Now, regarding the teachers here that are here, whatever decision you make, I hope you temper it with the knowledge that when folks get into this job, they know that they're going to get a great deal of time off. If they're going to
Let's not interrupt, seriously.
I don't mind being interrupted, just extend my time.
I hear you.
Yeah.
It has been.
I want you to factor in that if you count the days of the week they teach, it's every 2 days they teach, they get 1 day off, and that's including vacations, sick time, summertime, it goes on and on and on. So that's something to consider, and they get a lot of benefits too. They get a pot of gold at the end. They get health care, a great retirement, a pension that many people don't get.
Okay, please hold. Can we hold the time real quick? Welcome to democracy, folks. So every perspective is going to be offered. Every perspective needs to be given equal time. So if we could keep the reactions to a minimum so we can allow Mr. Schlossman to finish his comments, please help me in doing so. Please go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Quiterio.
I was talking about the good benefits that teachers receive. Yeah, it's hard work when they work, but there are some other benefits that nobody ever talks about. The teachers will never tell you. And don't think I don't support the teachers. I actually do. Okay. How about tying pay to results? Every time the state tests, our kids are all failing in every metric, Why does the superintendent get raise after raise and we get poor results? You make the kids volunteer in high school, do community service. Why aren't the kids sweeping the classroom? Why aren't the kids cleaning up the cafeteria area? That counts as community service. They do it in other countries. So. Pay results. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Britta Maslick, followed by Jerry Mulady, and making sure Mr. Mulady, okay, got it right that time. Excellent. Thank you. Still teaching me.
Good evening, Board President Ferguson and board members, district staff, and fellow parents, BTA members. My name is Britta Maslick, and I'm a parent of a senior at Burbank High School. Such an exciting time. And I'm also the parent of a sophomore in college. Both of my sons have attended Burbank School since kindergarten. I'm also a counselor at Burbank High School. And I started working in Burbank in 1989 as a long-term substitute. Started at Burroughs, then I got to go to Muir after I graduated from UCLA. I fell in love with teaching and consequently received my teaching credential and eventually my master's degree in education and a pupil services credential. I wanted to share a little bit about myself to share this story. As part of my master's program, I had to look over a district's budget and analyze it in great depth. I chose to request and to look over my own district's BUSD. With youthful vigor, I went to our district, spoke with the director in charge of business services, or I don't know who it was. Well, I do know who it was, but it doesn't matter. And I requested the said budget for the educational purpose, my master's degree. It was like this thick, right? Huge. It was on pink paper. They copied it for me. It was lovely. So I poured over the budget and all the different funds, restricted, unrestricted. I learned all the terminology. Funding sources through various grants. What grants does what? Just so I could understand what it takes to run a district and where the money comes from. I had some questions as some of the numbers didn't add up and some of the numbers didn't make sense, but I was new to school budget, so I didn't give it that much thought. Like I didn't ask questions, and I should have. A few months passed and BUSD was involved in a scandal in the millions. Do y'all remember? Yeah, Ms. Cuseo probably remembers. In the millions about the budget, and there was crazy stuff. Look it up, it's in the papers. So this event taught me to always ask questions about the budget. Like, I know people are supposed to know, but sometimes they know, and maybe sometimes they're not honest. Who knows? Ask questions. So what funds can pay for what? Throughout my time in BUSD, I've requested information, and some of you have received my emails. And it's not always easy to find out the answers, and I'm not sure it's because people don't know and they're afraid to say I don't know, or because they don't understand, or I really don't know. But even before Ms. Kukta left, I asked her about certain things, and it was crazy, and I never got a response. So I really, when I ask questions, I ask them because I want to understand. And I ask them because sometimes I don't believe that people either know or that they want to tell the answers. That's just, my conspiracy theorist in me. So I am disheartened that the district staff and Dr. Hill have not been able to find ways to find the money for the 9% raise proposed by BTA. Yes, I feel like that's your job, is to find that 9%. That's your job. You know the budget. I had one class of it. That's it. But you guys know the budget. You know what can be trimmed. You know what funds can pay for what. You know what programs should be cut. And I have many ideas, and you can ask me which ones I think are not worth our money, but that's just me. So I'm asking district staff to find the money for this raise. I'm not asking BTA to find it. I'm asking district staff to find it. Does it mean something has to be cut? Yep, it does. So let's figure out what fluff, what programs, and I think some of the things need to be cut. So spend the time going over the budget, be creative, make districts cuts. I talked about the DEI position. Silliness, unless we have the people being able to implement it. Unless we have the custodians, unless we have the campus supervisors, unless we have all of our teaching positions filled, somebody at the top telling nobody at the bottom what to do doesn't work. So, our future district depends on it. Like the future of this district depends on it. I have had, my kids have long-term substitutes. I was a long-term substitute. So I know the kind of education, right, that comes with it. We need to raise salaries. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jerry Mulady, followed by Andre Dionysian. And then the last speaker card I have is from Becky Tipton.
Okay, good evening, President Ferguson, members of the school board, Dr. Hill, and district staff, and people in the community. My name is Jerry Mulady, and I'm a teacher at John Burroughs High School. I'm an alumnus of John Burroughs High School. I basically grew up in this community. I don't live here now. Well, I don't have a residence here. I probably do live here. And before I get started, what I was going to say is I want to clear up a concept that people seem to have about teachers having all this free time. And I don't mean like, oh, we work so hard or all that. But when you talk about like we have summer breaks and this, we do not get paid for days that we don't work. So we don't get for holidays. We don't get paid vacation days. You know, so don't keep spreading that around because it's not a true statement. And I would expect it to be corrected from people a little higher up than me. Okay, I want to talk to you about how much do you value teachers or not value teachers? And, you know, someone told me once that you look at someone's checkbook, you see what they value. And what I hear from you folks, and this is, I've been teaching here 23 years. I've been dealing with the budget for like 21 of those years. And I know when I'll say this, and you're going to tell me like we need to build, you know, at LACO or whatever needs to go 3 months, 3 years out. And we got to show that we aren't in reserves. I don't know how many times that has been said, and 3 years out, there is no deficit. Every single time. Now, I understand why you do it, but it doesn't look good for us. Like, once again, it's like, we can't do this because this is the, you know, like, it's out of our hands. You know, Mr. Cantwell, who I do not know, he sent out this question, this FRQ, I think, this afternoon. And I understand since he wasn't here, but there's like, I feel like there's things that we have done as teachers to help the budget here, and then like, it sounds like we're not doing enough. Like back in the when I was first teaching, early 2000s, we pressured the district to do the power 1%. We raised the tuition, the attendance tuition. For example, my classes, I can almost say I have less than one person absent every day in each class. I mean, now after the pandemic. You know, so that I don't see that in here. I don't see thank you for that. Back in around 2005, we took a cut in our insurance, our gold-plated insurance, to save money for this district. I don't see a thank you for that, but I see that we take up 90% of the budget. Well, you know what? Yeah, get rid of the teachers. Then you can have tons of money. But you know what? It's like going to United Airlines and say, get rid of the pilots. They'll make a profit. We're here for a reason, and I am. And Steve, this is a personal thing. My colleague said it earlier. I heard this twice from you last month about this tonight, another time, that it does sound like you're. I know you said you're not, and I'm taking your word for it. But it's like you're choosing. We have to choose between safety or compensation. And I don't think that's fair, because a lot of things we have done, we have suffered through, like, my door is 23 years old, and it still kept the locker from the outside. It's not something that was designed last night. Oh, another thing we did, we took furlough days, too. So, I mean, we have done things for this budget, and we asked, and I, got 1 minute, okay. Sorry, I just remembered something. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, we, I'm sorry. Okay, anyway. Is that, the questions I saw asked earlier this month was, how is BUSD going to retain quality teachers? How is BUSD going to attract quality teachers? And I think we compare to districts around us, we're not going to be successful in that. And you're going to have a big exodus in the next 5 years of teachers who are just retiring. So I wish I could remember that important thing that just went out of my mind. Anyway. What's that?
You'll remember as soon as you
Oh, yeah. Hey. Or in bed tonight. All right.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andre Dionysian, followed by Becky Tipton, excuse me. And then our last speaker at this time is Diana Basta.
Good evening, Board. I'm used to speaking to council, so this is going to be a little weird.
We're better.
Fun?
Friendlier.
I won't tell him that.
Go ahead and tell him.
So, oh wow, I get 5 minutes? This is more fun. So I'm a product of Burbank Unified. I graduated in 2021. I think I got a world-class education, and that's thanks all to these people here. It is not thanks to district administration. It is despite the best efforts of district administration. I'm not going to Burbank Unified anymore, so I don't have to be nice. Pilot's the problem. You know, back in high school, I was in journalism, and I actually was editor-in-chief for 1 year at Burbank High School, and we decided, you know what, let's take a look at this budget that's constantly in meltdown. And we did what Ms. Maslick did, and we found it. It was very hard, because back then it wasn't on the website. This is 2020, so not that long ago. Back then, it was not on the website, or the one that was like from 6 years ago. So we found it through third-party sources, because we couldn't get an email back from the district. And of course, we're a bunch of kids. We don't really know what to make of this massive, like hundreds and hundreds of pages of financial documents. But the gist of it is this: we have the money. We constantly pass bonds. We, get all these grants. We have money coming in, and it's going to really weird places. It's going to raises for district administration. It's going to look. I'm not saying we don't need more money. To be clear, I see your look, Dr. Weisberg. We absolutely do. However, not being able to find the 9% in this budget, I find that hard to believe. I find that very hard to believe. So it's a little bit disappointing. What I would suggest, and you know what, I'm working on what I saw as a high school kid. It's entirely possible that, that's not the case anymore, or maybe I misunderstood back then. I think transparency is the way to move forward. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Metro has a tool that they use during their budget cycle to determine what community priorities are. They put everything into a big little pie chart, and there's a link that they send out to families, and you can, families, I'm thinking district, to riders of Metro, and you can change the percentage. And every single budgetary priority is on it. It shows how much we're currently spending, what we could be spending on, what we could be reducing. So, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe district administration is not, handling it wrong. I say the numbers are key, and not everyone is Ms. Maslick. Not everyone is going to go rustle up all these papers and do all this analysis. Putting the numbers at the fingertips of parents and families and students, I think, is going to be the way moving forward to make sure the district is accountable and to make sure that the money is going to what's important to the community first and foremost. Wow, I have extra time. This is new. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky Tipton, followed by Diana Basta.
Good evening. I was not even prepared to speak tonight, but felt compelled to come up. And so I have no notes, which is going to be very strange for me, but here I go. I've been teaching here over 25 years in the school district. My husband teaches at Dolores Huerta over 25 years. We have 4 sons we have raised through the Burbank Unified School District, all graduates and graduates from college. And in all the years in the different schools I've taught, I don't know any teacher who only teaches from 8 to 3. We get paid from 8 to 3. every teacher I know, and even when the BTA reps have said, let's try and just do an 8-3 workout, let's just really prove it. No one can do it because there's no way you can be prepared for the next day to do a quality education for these students to meet their needs, and there are many needs that they have. Between 8 and 3 is when we're teaching them. From 3 to 7 is when we're prepping to teach them tomorrow. We spend, I guess I should say to my husband, I spend hundreds of dollars, probably thousands, on educational materials for my kids because either the school district doesn't have it or I really don't like some of the curriculum maybe that the school district provides, and so I want to find something better. I know that people think that we have all this free time. We don't. Though we do have summers, my husband has to work in the summer every year in order to make our ends meet for us to be able to live in Burbank. Having a house in Burbank was only a miracle. It wasn't because our salaries are great. We're both teachers. It was a miracle that our neighbors allowed us to buy the house what we could afford, which was, I mean, it was a total miracle. We would never have been able to buy a house in Burbank on two teachers' salaries. So in order to maintain that, we have to work in the summer, another job. And so I really want to stress with you, I hear your words. You say you support us. You want to support us. I see that on your faces, but actions speak louder than words. And I'm really tired of the words, to be honest with you, and I'd like to see some action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker at this time is Diana Basta. That's the last card I have at this moment. So please get your card in. If not, we'll close right after you're done. Thank you.
Good evening, President Ferguson, members of the board, Superintendent Hill, and my amazing colleagues behind me. I'd like to add to what Mr. Mulady and Mr. Mitchell talked about. I have here the last 10 years what we have given. So in July 1st, 2010, we gave you 3 furlough days. That means we lose pay. July 1st, 2011, 2 furlough days. July 1st, 2012, 4 furlough days. So you do the math times the employees. July 1st, 2013, we got 3% effective 7/1/13, and then a 1% 7/1/14. July 1st, 2014, 4% on schedule, and then an additional 1% we were able to negotiate. July 1st, 2015, 3% on schedule, and then 2% off schedule, with by the time you get taxes is really not very much. July 1st, nothing of 2016. July 1st, 2017, 2%. July 1st, 2018, 1%. July 1st, 2019, nothing. July 1st, 2020, nothing. July 1st, 2021, 5%. We bargain hard so everybody gets the raise. I think people owe us a lot of dues for all the amount of work that we have put in. If you average this, we have received 1.9% in these 10 years. I will make sure that you have copies of this. I will email it to you. In terms of what we got, the general fund, what are ending balances and how are they allowed to spend, for the 42 years I've been in teaching, and 29 of them being here, every third year is in the red. I know that, but yet every ending balance becomes your beginning balance, and it's always quite healthy. This year, because we had more than 10% in reserve, we had to take $7.4 million out, and then what do? You put that back into general fund that gets spent on something else. So don't say that you don't have the reserves. You just don't want to be dinged for having more than 10. In terms of that third year, creatively, we received $19.7 million. Yes, it was one-time funding, but that money can be used to pay for things in your third year. Plus, you have 2 years to figure out how do we deal with that third year should it come. Please don't insult us by telling us about all the 100 cuts that you're going to make. We have done that before. So please take a look at this. How is the total amount Burbank pays to its staff changed? We don't get a raise. Step and column is the cost of doing business, just like your light bill goes up. So don't even go there. That is specious. It should not be there. Why are you offering a 5% raise instead of the 9% that they requested? Well, You received 11.3 in new ongoing funding for 22-23. 1 district percent is the equivalent of 2 teacher percents. In other words, if BUSD put the entire 11.3 into a salary increase, they could afford a 22.6 raise. BTA is asking for 9%, which leaves BUSD with a 13.6 of these new ongoing funds. How is it that similar school districts like Ventura, who received 10.3% in new ongoing funding, were able to give their employees a 10% raise this year, while Burbank is offering only half? By the way, we are not in declining. We're pretty stable. We've had, I think, an increase of 47 students, if not more. When a district like BUSD receives a cost of living adjustment, they should pass on a portion to keep their employees up with the cost of living, which is at 14% in Burbank over the past 2 years. BUSD is no longer a destination district for educators. Rather, it's becoming a district of last resort, as educators are going to surrounding districts that pay significantly more and give significantly better benefits. How is it that Glendale has a medical cap of $34,000 while Burbank has a paltry cap of only $12,000? And Glendale pays their teachers a higher salary. BUSD can and must do better to give the residents of Burbank the school district and educators they deserve. We chose Burbank. You need to choose us. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for this evening, except we will go to our virtual so in-person public comment. We are going to wrap, and then we will go to Luan Kashishian.
Ms. Kashishian, you may unmute. If you want, you can turn your camera on.
Hi, good evening. My name is Luan Kashishian. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of the teachers at Burbank. You guys are all amazing. However, I am here on a different concern. I have 2 children currently attending Dolores Huerta, and my concern right now is the accessibility and distribution of the weed vape pens at Dolores. I can't speak for other schools because I'm not aware of any of the issues there, but as a parent, I am doing everything that I can to keep that out of my house. Searching my kids, locking down their phones, not letting them go out. As a parent, I'm doing what I'm supposed to. However, when they go to school, they get it there. The vape pens are being sold at school. And in addition to that, I recently found out that they're also drinking vodka in bathrooms. I heard of a young woman who was a young student who was taken to the hospital last week or a couple weeks ago. It is a scary situation. We need to make changes in regards to that. We need to be able to secure the safety of our children. I heard a long time ago there were drug dogs. Why are they not there? They should be brought back. We need to make sure that our students are safe and secure. As it stands, you guys are allowing an environment at the school for kids to become and are becoming addicted to weed, which is a gateway to other drugs. That is not okay. Again, I am doing everything as a parent to keep that outside of my home, but they are still accessible to it. Whatever policies you have in play are not working, and that needs to change. You know, we want our kids to be safe. That's why we moved to Burbank. That's why we bought in Burbank, because we wanted our kids to be safe. We knew the school, the teaching was great. But now I have a friend who recently took her daughter out, and she's being homeschooled to take her away from that environment. We shouldn't have to be put or given that option. I shouldn't have to choose to take my kids out of school. I am asking you to bring back the drug dogs, to bring back more staff to watch over the kids. It is exceptionally important, especially now with the changes in the law, approving the sales of weed to anyone over the age of 21. They are easily accessible and being brought into the school district or into the schools, and that's not okay. So thank you for hearing me. I'm very upset, and I just really wanted to voice my concern because it is affecting my household and many households that I know, many parents that I know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we will go to staff responses.
Thank you, President Ferguson, and thank you to all the speakers. I believe Leah had to leave, but our first speaker, our student tonight, I just want, if she's watching later, just absolutely amazing. I hope you submitted that for the John Muir speech contest. I know that was today. I saw a couple of students after school today, and it's an amazing moment, but just the research you did, the composure, it was a great advocacy, and I really just want to say amazing job. And this is why we do the work we do, is to help support you to just go on to greater things. So thank you. I'll answer some specific questions and then group all of the questions on the advocacy for negotiations to the end. Mr. Starleaf, thank you so much for recognizing Ms. Gomez and Ms. Carlton and just the story that you have and the support that they provided for your daughter and the amazing work. You've heard it clearly tonight. We have just outstanding educators and support staff, administrators, classified staff here in Burbank. So thank you for coming down here and sharing your story. Mr. Viata, I will just follow up with Mr. Hale, Mr. Maxwell, and Mr. Knoop to make sure that you are having a conversation about the schedules. This isn't the forum for us to intervene. I haven't received an email from you, but I would always direct you back to the school site to address that, and then we would work up the chain of command if there are challenges with getting things resolved. But I know all those individuals want to sit down with you and resolve any differences you may have. You may not agree, but there's going to be a place to hear it out and discuss. Mr. Schlossman, you heard it very loud and clear. I think you didn't read the room tonight. We're very proud of our educators, and for those of us working in this district, we know how hard our educators work, and I just can't stress that enough, that the conversation we're having is not about how the quality of our educators, it's not about how hard they work and what they put into. We need to make sure we find creative solutions to give them a higher, fair compensation. I will also clarify that safety town halls, President Ferguson and I set those up just for both of us to be more nimble instead of the Brown Act. That's why not all the board members were at the in-person safety town hall, but we did have a full board meeting to talk about safety, and the board members were able to watch the Zoom town hall that we had. And we are in constant communication, talking about strategies and things to improve upon. So their lack of that one safety town hall was more of a Brown Act versus the lack of engagement. Ms. Maslick, please continue to ask questions and send ideas. I hear you. It's our job to keep working on this, but we want your input. And if you didn't get a response from staff, you mentioned you didn't get one from the prior administration, please keep sending those ideas. And if I don't respond to you, it went to my junk mail because I respond to every email. And that goes for anyone here. That's a personal point of mine, to make sure I at least acknowledge I read your email, and then try to provide more clarity or my perspective on any email. So if someone doesn't get a response from me, I didn't receive it. So please make sure you follow up on that. Mr. Dionysian, thank you for the idea on the Metro budget tool. So Mr. Cantwell and I will look into that. We want to be transparent, and I like the idea of different scenarios, so we're looking to see if we can do that. And the rest of the speakers are around negotiations, and I said it during closed session. We understand we need to be more competitive. We look at the data as well with our surrounding districts. We do see that it's challenging to recruit and retain employees if we aren't able to keep up. We've given our best offer based on our view of the budget, but that's why we want to negotiate. We want to look at the priorities, and I heard that tonight about there might be other ways on what we're investing. Ms. Maslick, you talked about there's things that you think we shouldn't be doing or cut, and you mentioned one prior. Keep sending those. We are going to look at that. We'll be discussing that at the bargaining table. I appreciate the advocacy and the tone tonight. It's one of respect, I feel, on both sides, and we just need to keep coming to the table and keep looking at this. And we need to be clear, and because it's highlighted that we have the third year always has to be balanced. We would be taken over by the county or the state if we didn't. I just want to acknowledge that in Ms. Abasta and Mr. Mitchell highlighted it as well, as we've been able to balance the third year because of the sacrifices you all have made. And I'll say again, like 1% raise, 0.05. we had to do that to balance our budget in that third year. You had to take furloughs during the recession. So you've done that, and that's why we do have partnerships to get there. So I know that you said we didn't hear thank you, because we've always worked together. And this is my 8th year. We've worked through difficult times to have a balance. So I think we can continue to go to the table and talk about how can we be creative, and we're not there yet. So let's keep working together to find those areas. So if there's ideas, suggestions, let's keep sharing those. So thank you all.
Thank you. We'll move to board member responses. We'll begin with Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
Thank you, President Ferguson. So thank you to all the speakers. I'm not as organized as I would normally like to be, but let me just say first, as a former million years ago teacher, and I know there are other teachers up here, we know you don't work from 8 to 3. If you worked from 8 to 3, you would have a lot more time on your hands, and probably students that weren't prepared. And we know after seeing our student that came to talk that our students are well prepared. So I want to recognize that we're aware that is not the case, and that no one goes into teaching for the money or the time off. That's just not reality. So in terms of just general questions about the budget, I agree with Dr. Hill on the budget tool. I would also say, like, the process you're talking about is LCAP. And I go to those meetings, and staff goes to those meetings, and then there's usually maybe I'll say 5 to 10 generously, community members that are there. And that is where we're talking about how are we aligning funding to our goals. Now, that's not where we're talking about like teacher raises, but it is how we're talking about programmatically how we're aligning funding to the goals. And so there is that piece in place. As someone who probably annoyingly asked many questions about the budget, I've dug into it as well. And I think one of the things that we're going to need to think about as we move forward is, and I've talked to Mr. Campbell about this a little bit, is like, what are the assumptions that we're all making, right? And do they match up with what we're willing to make bets on or not? Right? Because we know we need to show that the numbers work, or like the state comes in and takes us over, essentially, right? But we need to figure out what we're willing to like say that we think is actually going to happen, right? So whether that's, should we be planning for more students? Should we be planning for higher ADA? Should we be planning for additional funding for a better economy, right? Those are the pieces that go into this model that we can be talking through. And Dr. Hill already clarified, I was not at the safety town halls, neither was Dr. Agakani or Ms. Tabbitt, because we weren't allowed to be, because then it would be a Brown Act meeting. But it is something that we are very invested in and interested in. And yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Just a clarification, you are allowed to be at those meetings. So the language would then shift to not be declarative in nature, but I know that every board member expressed interest in participating and attending in their own way, so I just want to clarify that. Nobody was just not attending on purpose, but I want to be very clear. The format that we did was intentional to try and get out there to engage and connect without having the Brown Act and other requirements, which could slow down the agendizing and the calling of a meeting. So just want to clarify that. Dr. Agakanian.
Thank you. Again, thank you for all of you who are here. I know it's late. I will tell you again, teachers do deserve fair compensation, and I hear you, and we're going to figure this out. But I do want to state a couple of things about teachers not spending enough time. So I teach higher ed, college and university level, and I spend a lot of time. And I can imagine what you're going through every day, going to classroom early in the morning. But what I love about our teachers is the fact that no matter what, they still want to do more. I mean, I was just asked to go our son's class and do a little demonstration about scuba diving and talk about the ocean, and I love that because the teacher was very welcoming. And I think at the end of it, yes, we don't go into education to get rich, but we should go to education to at least have a normal life. We should not go through what we're going through. And I don't want to sit here and talk about the system because I've said it before. I'm not happy with the system. I've always criticized it. It's the way we get funded. But I think it is time for not only fair compensation, but also to get really creative in sense of, but I don't want to use the word creative. I think people also in the city of Burbank not only should hear about what the concerns are, but also we need to work closely with our local businesses. I mean, we have studios here, how do we work with them? I've seen this happen. I do this all day long at my work where I partner up with a lot of businesses out there who give back. So I think when we're talking about these conversations, when we're having these talks about fairness and raise, we also need to remind everyone that we also happen to be in a city that has history, people give a lot back, but also we have a lot of businesses that we should be working closely with them. I said this years ago, and some people don't like it. I said one of the main reasons people move to Burbank is because of our schools, and I hear it all the time. But also, as someone of, academia world, I always love research and a personal experience. I went to a German Hauptschule system. German teachers are second highest paid teachers in the world. For any of you ever lived in Germany, you'll know that they're second highest paid teachers. And you can look at the system and how they operate. So I do believe that, there should be fair compensation, but I also believe that at the same time, while we're having these conversations, for future generations' sakes, we also need to talk about partnerships. Because I will tell you what's happening right now in community colleges. Enrollment has gone from 7 million to 4 million. Numbers are dropping. And again, there's going to be a lot of layoffs in the colleges too, because the system. So I do want to thank everyone for what you do. At the same time, I'm not here just to talk about thanking you. I told you earlier, let's get this through. Let's get a fair compensation. And let's make sure that, not only people come here for our schools and our teachers, but also they appreciate our teachers more. And that starts with our own community right here in Burbank, including with some of the partners we have here. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Weisberg.
Thank you very much. Okay. Ms. Sagaria, Leah, I know you're gone, but I want to echo what Dr. Hill said. I mean, phenomenal, but I also want to encourage you, the things that you brought up, I took a bunch of notes. And 3 of the things you talked about, we don't pay teachers enough, true. Classroom size does not lend itself to effective teaching and learning, true. And we need more mental health support, true. And this isn't just a BUSD issue, it's, as you put it, it's a public education issue, it's an education issue. So one of the things I'd love to encourage you to do, and to continue to talk to us, but also reach out to our elected representatives. Senator Portantino, Assemblymember Friedman, the list goes on, but what you expressed so eloquently really got to the core of a couple of our major issues. So I really want to encourage you to share that. One of the nice things about living in Burbank is that our elected officials are really accessible. They will meet with you when they're here. So if you need help making like an introduction, let us know. We can do that for you, but I don't want you to stop at school board. I want you to keep going because that was powerful, powerful stuff. So thank you for that. I'm gonna go chronologically. I wrote down all of the issues that teachers expressed. I want to thank you for taking the time again. Dr. Hernandez, I think, left. Oh, there you are. I need to come visit your classroom.
You absolutely do.
And I shall. Not a threat, just a fun promise. Roberto, you are absolutely right. I did not respond to your email. What I did do is immediately call your CSEA president and let her know that you reached out. But I should have followed up and told you that. So my apologies to you for not letting you know. But I did immediately take action once I received it. But how could you know that? Because I didn't tell you. So I'm sorry about that. Mr. Schlossman. Her last name is Ponser Kamkar. So just FYI. It's also here, which is helpful because I mispronounced it too when I first got to know her. I know you've heard it from everybody before, but I made a list of all the things that I do in my time off as a middle school teacher. It's not a comprehensive list, and it may not match the list of everybody, but a couple of the things I jotted down include professional development in the summer and throughout the year and all my breaks, working over the summer in order to make up for the summer months that I don't get a paycheck, curriculum development, curriculum redesign, classroom, making sure my classroom looks neat, coming in on weekends to make sure that I put up relevant things on the windows of my classroom when we have a different month to celebrate, all the different committees that I sit on, the sports games I go to, the dance recitals I go to, all of the extracurricular stuff that I know when I show up, it makes a difference in my relationship building with my students. Parent meetings, grading, the fact that teachers are asked to be counselors, therapists, friends, collaborators, content creators, the list goes on. And I get it. You're here for the likes, right? You're here to cause a big fuss. But you continuously come up here and you insult people who are breaking their backs. And you, more than anybody in this room, actively worked against funding for this district. Showing up with your cardboard signs with the parcel tax, spreading willingly misinformation. Oh, yes, yes, sir. Nobody made you do that. You did it yourself. So rather than getting up here and repeating stuff that you know is going to get somebody excited, Dr. Hill talked to you already about that statistic you ran off about third grade reading level. He's, I think, explained it to you twice. And you come up here and you say it again, and we understand why, because you get to be on TV. If you care about this district, then be constructive and be supportive and say and do things and make suggestions that benefit people. But you come up time and time again and you spit in the faces, metaphorically, of all the people who sat here after working a full day for which they are not paid enough, and you insult them and you insult us. It doesn't make any sense. If you care about the district and you care about our teachers, then act like it. And if you can't act like it, then stop. Ms. Maslick brought up an excellent point that I thought about a lot and actually talked about with Ms. Abosta, which is I often don't know the questions to ask because sometimes I don't know what I don't know. So one of the things that Ms. Abosta brought up to me when I met with her a couple days ago is that when I first started as a board member, because budget is not my strong suit, like by leaps and bounds, I sat down with Dr. Neiman, Dr. Hill, at the time Ms. Kupka, and I had them walk me through how to read a budget because I don't innately know how to read a school board budget. It was unbelievably helpful. Then continuing to meet with Mr. Cantwell and Dr. Neiman so I could continue to learn. But something that Ms. Abosta brought up is that that used to be a more regular thing that the board did, was come and sit down with BTA to try to better understand how to look at the budget from different perspectives. And I think that's a phenomenal idea and something I want to talk with the board about doing in a more regular way. Because we should know the questions to ask. And, you know, Ms. Ponser-Kamkar is really adept at reading a budget. Mr. Ferguson and Dr. Agrakani, I think, are very adept. And I'll fully admit I'm not. So better understanding it so I know what questions to ask, you couldn't have said it better. And I just wanted to let you know that that resonated with me, and it's something I think a lot about. So thank you for that. Mr. Dionysian, hello to you. I remember 2 years ago when Dr. Agakani and I showed up to the Zoom that you invited us to, and it was a little bit of a surprise attack, my friend. And it's okay, but one of the things that I remember talking with you about in that moment is that we hadn't had a conversation about the things that you were bringing up, right? That we hadn't had a chance to talk with you about. I think Dr. Hill was there as well. And that's something that I sort of want to echo again today, which is we are here to talk to you at any time. And I know how invested you are in the community. I know you go to city council, and it's great to see you here at school board. It's phenomenal. I want you to keep doing it. But the only way we're going to be able to have a kind of dialogue and move things forward is if that dialogue happens not during a school board meeting. I mean, it can in a school board meeting, but also outside of it. So I think sometimes things inadvertently turn into kind of gotcha moments, right? So please set up communication with us. We want to hear from everybody, but so that it's not just you talked a lot about sort of how to better understand the budget, and I think Ms. Ponser-Kamkar brought up a great point about LCAP, but that's something that we could have talked through with you too and said like, oh, hey, here are some resources, or heard your great idea that Dr. Hill highlighted earlier than tonight. So I just want to encourage you, establish dialogue with us. You can email us at any time. You know how to get in touch with us. So just so that the first time we're hearing things isn't here. Do you know what I mean? So what I'm encouraging is more communication, not less. Ms. Abasta, thank you. Thank you for your continued unending activism and for taking the time to meet with me whenever I bug you and ask you to meet with me, and for taking tons of time to take me to school sites. I often don't know where I should visit, and you've been unbelievably helpful in directing me to the places I perhaps need to go first. To our last speaker about vape pens, I wish I knew how to solve this problem. I don't have anything particularly intelligent to say about it other than that we know. And I know that Dr. Paramo and Ms. Cuseo and Dr. Knapp, everybody is in conversation about this, not just in our district, but everywhere. And I don't know what to do. I truly don't. So suggestions from anybody would be great. I do a lot of research just trying to figure out, has somebody come up with a good plan at another district where they've had success in addressing things in a specific way, and I haven't found anything yet. I teach in a private school, and it's an issue at the private school as well. So this isn't just specific to a private school or a public school environment. It's systemic, but I know it doesn't make you feel better to know that we know and that we're working on it, and I know that Principal Knoop is unbelievably aware, and it's something that's weighing on him, and he's actively working to address, and Ms. Cody, who's the AP of Discipline. So I want to thank you for voicing your concerns. I can't think of more capable hands to be in than your administrative team at Huerta, but please continue talking to us. The one thing I will address, the issue of drug dogs. Something that President Ferguson and I were talking about is there's an enormous amount of research that shows how detrimental it is, especially for students of color, when there are drug dogs on campus during school hours. But it would be really interesting to have a conversation about, can we utilize drug dogs after school hours when there aren't students on campus, so that the dogs can kind of find perhaps what they need to find. So I think we're open to that, but we also want to be really mindful of what the data shows in regards to how things like drug dogs impact our students' well-being, their safety, anxiety levels, and their ability to sort of achieve academic excellence. So I appreciate you bringing that up. It is a conversation. And thank you again to all the teachers. I really look forward to sitting down in closed session and in future conversations to get creative with how we can address this problem and make you feel not just appreciated, but compensated.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weisberg. So we've heard feedback on compensation, so we will get to closed session so that way we can do that work. When it comes to the feedback of Ms. Rodacher as well as Mr. Mulady, I am not trying to make a comparison or a values judgment as to either the need for safety or the need for compensation. We clearly need both. But both are coming at us with different demands in our budget. I will say compensation. When we compensate our employees well, that is safety. That does address public safety and the safety of our schools. So I view them as linked issues, that it is not about robbing one set of money in order to feed another need. We need to compensate so that our teachers can be attentive, so that our teachers can have the time and energy to invest, to notice even the small details, which seem to be more and more important in a world with ever-evolving challenges. So if my language was sloppy in making that comparison, I own that. That's not the intention. I want to be clear, again, there needs to be investments in both. I will also say that the kind of investments that we need to make in safety are likely for the most part one time as opposed to ongoing spending. So there's a lot of ways in which these conversations are different, but we are accountable for one budget that is accountable for tracking all of that spending, whether it be one-time investments or whether it be ongoing investments. And just as it has been said in public comment in a recurring fashion, that your budget is a statement of your values, how much we spend on safety is absolutely scrutinized by this community. And we need to make sure to not get to false equivalence, to not get to false comparison or false choices where we have to say, oh, it's safety versus compensation. Let me be clear. We can invest in both. We can make smart investments in both, and we can be a better district for it. So that is my answer there. I will say, though, that calling out how or who said what during the proclamation last time of the Teacher Appreciation Week and saying only one of us said thank you is a cheap shot. We are up here and we choose to demonstrate. And by the way, I was a middle schooler at John Muir Middle School, and my respect for you, Ms. Rodacher, goes beyond, because I've seen the magic you offer in your classroom. But that was a bridge too far. And the fact is that in a late meeting, because we didn't choose to echo comments that we said during public comment, in response to public comment the night before, for that to be thrown at us, come on. I'm sorry. I love our teachers. I love our classified. And that happens not just because I choose to take the microphone and take another 5 minutes to give fake praise, but because I'll get in the back of the room here and try and figure out a solution to how we negotiate a way forward. That's how I demonstrate my commitment, with actions, not just, the words. So I have to tell you, in a night where we're calling out cheap shots, that was one. So there was feedback offered to us specifically about, in our special ed program, about the MPA contracts. I know we have a conversation tonight on district vacancies. We may need a supplemental report on all the NPA contracts that we're using. So that way we can get to a place where either we sunset those contracts or choose to say, hey, as a district, those contracts already have dates that are going to sunset at those points. But whether or not we reinitiate that and frankly kind of give that as an edict as hiring needs to occur or steps towards hiring needs to occur before we re-enter into that, because it could be creating a self-fulfilling problem. So I want to thank you for elevating that. It's certainly not our choice and not our first choice to go there. I want to say that, and I have scrutinized this before. When we have had several sectors, which I have expressed frustrations with very publicly, not getting filled fast enough, it has been an answer. We need to decide now, and especially with the costs attributed to it, it's not just impacting SPED and the SPED department and SPED learning, it's also impacting our child development fund. All these kind of different sources for contracting out are raising our costs, and to the point where it's putting different funds in our budget into the red. So I want to make sure that we are remaining focused on that we are phasing that out, and yes, that we are moving things like compensation to a place where we can be as competitive as possible. That's also challenging too, based off of where we're at. And again, I don't need to tell the folks who just spent a few hours telling us of how hard it is living on the salaries that we offer. To Ms. Zargaria, I am grateful that you took the time to come down and to offer your perspective. I love seeing the thinking behind it, and it reminds me of why this is such a privilege to do this work. So thank you on that front. Roberto, I want to thank you for coming down here. This is a personnel issue that particularly relates to you. So I am more than constrained in what I can say here, but I heard you, and I heard you. We will address what we can address in the ways that I am allowed to ask questions, et cetera, on that front, and just know that I've heard you and I will move forward as such. When it comes to the, I want to make sure I'm not missing. To Mr. Starleaf, who also left, I want to thank you, and also to Mr. Huerta. You know, just because you're a leader doesn't mean that negative feedback or criticism doesn't harm you in some way, doesn't get under your skin in certain moments. And we've had some employees be on the receiving end more than others, in particular for the past 2-3 years. It is wonderful to see when employees are celebrated by members of this community, including Mr. Starleaf, who himself has a long track record of serving this community and providing through the tennis center and a number, who I met, by the way, in 2007 as a member of the Parks Commission here. We are very blessed by the commitment of people who go daily without being acknowledged, without being seen, and who take on a lot of grief in the name of service of the young people of this community. We will never be able to answer some of the grief that has been passed to them, especially over this past year. But I know it is the will of this community to say thank you for putting up with all of it, for enduring and remaining committed to our core mission of serving young people. We are so lucky to have the people who go above and beyond for our kids. With that, just on compensation, Miss Abasta, late night. Thank you for tying it together for us like that. 1.9% over 10 years. Yikes. Yikes. Those have been a heck of a 10 years. I will say that. You guys are living proof of that. And again, we owe it to show the money and to show our values moving forward. So we'll get that in closed session, but I did want to specifically acknowledge you. I also wanted to acknowledge your service to the Burbank Unified School District. There will be a time and place to celebrate you a little bit more. But you have been holding feet to the fire to many a Board of Education for quite some time. I remember when Dr. Aponic was here. So yes, I go way back too now. And you know, there will be a time to kind of celebrate as there have been elections and new leadership for the Burbank Teachers Association. But some of my fondest memories in activism were when you gave me a black armband and allowed me in 2005 to march from Burbank High School here, saying the same phrase that was thrown at me a few weeks ago: great teachers won't stay for bottom of the barrel pay. There were two people who really fed that activism in me, and that is you and the man I now work for, who is Los Angeles City Council President Paul Krikorian. When I started in this school as a member of the school board, as a student board member, he was a student member, or I was a student member, he was the president of the school board. Now he's president of the Los Angeles City Council, and now I'm president of the school board. But you taught me about values. And you've now, and then for the past 8 years now, you have reminded me of those values, but you have never stopped being a partner in problem solving and in so many different ways. So there will be a time to celebrate you because you deserve it. And she's like, I hate you for doing this. But we owe it to you and your service as much as we owe it to these teachers to end these negotiations right, and to commend our values, and for us to live up to that moment. So with that, again, we will find a time to celebrate you more, hate me or not. But I know the best way we can celebrate you is by getting this right. So look at her nod, see? So we got homework to do. With that, we will move to reports to the board. As far as I know, and so looking to my board colleagues, just flagging, because I'm going to do some agenda moving just to make sure we're getting through things. As far as I know, we do not need to have the report before we have the public hearing, correct?
Yeah, do we?
On the CVRA?
Correct. I believe we can just have the public hearing. Based off of the staff report. Yes.
Yeah, and that's my understanding, Mr. Cantwell, is that?
Yes.
Oh, and you did too. Okay.
Excellent. So with that, with the consent of my colleagues, I want to move the public hearing up so that way we can get Mr. Mulady home. Looks like Schlossman's coming up too. We will open. So we will move to, from this to item 12A, which is the public hearing. The Board of Education will now conduct a public hearing to receive input from any interested parties regarding the potential composition of trustee area boundaries per the requirements of law as presented. Would anyone like to address the board on this matter? I've received two cards for this period. One, Mr. Mulady, followed by Mr. Schlossman. And to clarify, Mr. Schlossman, this is for the final period as well? Got it. Noted. Thank you. Mr. Mulady.
Thank you, President Ferguson. I really don't have a whole lot to say about this because I'm not a resident of Burbank. But as a social studies teacher, I wanted to use the time as a teachable moment that the way this system is set up with there's just one election, there's no runoff anymore, that we are going to have minority votes as people, they're going to be like 40%, 30% get the vote. And I don't think that's very good for a democracy. So I just wanted to bring that. I know you guys can't do anything about it at this point, but I think it should be well known that that's a problem. And
Mr. Schlossman.
Yes.
It's pretty clear I'm supporting going to districts. The system we have now, it is not working. I want our children to be educated. It's implicit in the name, the Burbank Board of Education. I feel our kids are failing miserably. And instead, what we get is spinning. For example, we get the superintendent telling us that we were, with regards to only 41% of our third graders can read. He says, look on the bright side. We're number 16 in the state. It's embarrassing, Mr. Hill. It's embarrassing. I want more for our kids. I want any change that we will have a chance of raising the test scores for our kids. We do a lot of good things to make a well-rounded kid, but our kids need to be able to read, write, some basic math. I come here to the five of you and I offer solutions. I meet with your staff and I offer solutions. Yet I have Weisberg dressing me down. And that's why I want change. She does not hear. And I want somebody who will hear, who doesn't represent the entirety of the city, but a district. Because, like I said, it's not working what we have now. We've got to put up with somebody who won't get off their ass for the flag salute. You can laugh, but I take it serious, as many people do. We're just not going to agree. That's okay. We've got people here that talk about communications, but when you call them or send an email, They don't respond. I'm looking at you. I've sent you, Ms. Weisberg, emails and no response. I mean, it's okay. I don't blame you, but I want somebody else who campaigns for that 20,000 people instead of 100,000 people. I feel I'll get better representation with districts. So I'm glad we're going in that direction. I don't know if it's going to come to fruition or not, but I think it is. And I hope that our kids ultimately end up with a better education because of it, because they're not being represented well. Ms. Weisberg doesn't even have any children. You know, you can't really relate to the parents. I get that you teach. I don't know. Maybe you have children. I don't know. I've never heard you talk about them, but I don't know. I think it's good if you have kids. If
you can bring it back to the district-related conversation.
Yeah, this is all about it. I'm talking generally.
Okay.
You know. We get people here talk about drug dogs and students of color. How about we tell all our students to obey the law, to follow the rules? Instead, we get people with their own personal agendas, which are, of course, racist. So, we'll see what happens. Thank you for the opportunity.
We'll go to district staff for a response. Seeing none, we'll go to board colleagues for their response. Dr. Weisberg. I'm sorry. No. What?
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay.
I have cats, not kids. And a dog. Despite the deeply insulting assertions you just made up here, empathy is not defined by having the same experience as somebody, but rather caring about somebody else's experience. I don't need to have children to care about children, Mr. Schlossman. My personal agenda is caring about children and doing what's best for the district. Now, you talk a lot about, it's not about your feelings, it's about facts. I'm happy to send you all of the data, nonpartisan data, that talks about the negative effects of drug dogs. Now, maybe you don't care about our students of color, but I do. Is that a personal agenda? Okay. I care about all of our students. The implication isn't, oh, our students of color are committing crimes, and if they didn't commit crimes, drug dogs would be okay. The point is all of students are negatively affected. Many are students of color. That's my personal agenda, that our students feel safe, included, heard, and respected. You don't need to have kids to care about kids in that way. So I'll leave it at that. Mr. Milady, did he leave? Oh, I just wanted to briefly say, though, his comment about no runoff. So I think we would all agree that changed in 2020 when Burbank was told, wasn't our choice, I actually think it's good, to sync up with the elections in LA County. So two different issues, agree with you about that for sure. It has resulted in people getting elected with a very small percentage. No, I wasn't. No, I think, me too. She took it personally. So I think, Mr. Milady, you're right, but it is a separate issue. It is an issue separate than districting, but it's a valid point and one I agree with.
Love all the personal, feeling. It's just
very saucy.
It's personal attack night here at the Board of Education. Anyway, to Mr. Milady in particular, I have been actually, as we have explored different conversations related to maps, related to potential size of the Board of Education, actually hearing about how much authority the Board of Education actually has over its own elections. So just to be real, especially as we've now broken ourselves off of the city charter, which before the city council drove a lot of that decision making, now that power as a result of state law really does lie with the school district. So I think we are in a moment of transition. We've seen with the Burbank City Council and their attempts to look at different forms of government on top of transitioning to districts that I think it's a little bit too much for voters to chew and to understand at this point. Converting after 100 years from at-large to districted seats, people need to get used to that. I think there are a lot of benefits to transitioning to districts. One being, it used to be in the odd-numbered years, you'd have about 12,000 people participate in an election, and about 5,000 to 6,000 people usually elected individuals. Returning to districts basically gets us to roughly those numbers. If you figure about 60% of the inhabitants of a district are going to be registered voters, so to speak, and then who participates from there. So, what I like is it gets us back to manageable numbers where people can run a campaign and, frankly, yes, take out an incumbent. So that way we are accountable. Because if you're not controlling, as the public, your own local government, where else are you going to go? Everything else is just too dang expensive. So we'll have that conversation tonight. But I do want to leave this conversation once we are done with it, because, again, I think we have a responsibility to transition to the maps in as smooth a process as possible. I do want to have follow-up conversations about, again, potentially calling for an independent commission that reviews the school district and its organization, along with the drawing of maps every decade in alignment with the census. So I do want to take a look at those. For now, this board needs to pick maps and go through the process of selecting maps, and we will do that. But so that majority or that minority rule, that may not be a reality that we have to live with. But for now, let's just focus on the maps. So thank you, Mr. Mulady. The comments about Dr. Weisberg, again, sexist, again, kind of disgusting over and over again. And I hate sitting through it, honestly. It makes me feel gross. Also, just makes me feel terrible to sit next to a human being who has to receive that kind of crap. I'm really tired of it. Mr. Schlossman, it is your public right to do so, and you get thrills out of it. I get that there's a bit of a back and forth, but at the end of the day, it comes because you want to start stuff. And I am beyond tired of it, because at the end of the day, this is not a meeting about your personal grievances. It is a meeting. And just as you've showed up with a sign to go campaign and go out there and do that, Dr. Weisberg and I are both on the ballot, potentially in 2 years. Have at it. Have at it. In the meantime, stop attacking her for not having kids. I don't have kids either. I don't care. I still give it. Why? Because everybody just talked about how our property values depend on it. I'm a renter. I'll never probably own in this town. I'm going to tell you this. I still care. Why? Because I grew up in this town, and I wouldn't be sitting in this middle chair if we didn't invest in young people. I'm living proof of what happens when people invest. And what are you doing? You're not bringing more kids to involvement. You're scaring the crap out of them when they tune into a school board meeting. Enough. I know you want to be a helpful voice. I know you want to influence people for the good. If that's the case, grow up. Set the example. You want to come out, yell at me at the final period? You go ahead. At least it'll give Dr. Weisberg a bit of a break. Come talk about homophobic innuendo. Let's see. That's been done before. So which of the playbook will it be deployed next? Or will you choose to set an example in scrutiny that isn't personal? And I sit here and I support you when you talk about district systems. I support you in that. But when it starts digging into us and the sexist undertones, it's not even undertones, it's overt sexism. God, man, don't make the rest of us sit through what you believe in that way. God, over it. With that, we will conclude the public hearing and move back to the reports of the board. Between my Burbank and you, I can't keep up. Help me help you, folks. Okay. Do we want to move to the trustee map? Would that be good?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to that. And
Sorry, guys.
I do, yes, come on up. I am noting that it is 9:40, so, and we do have a rather full agenda ahead of us, so, please offer every bit of substance you can, but also as concisely as you can.
Talk real fast.
No, not real fast, want to be clear.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
But
I get it, I get it.
I appreciate it. As you can tell, it's been a long night.
President Ferguson, board members and staff, thank you. The good part is that you've seen this 3 times already. The public, some public who would be tuning in the first time hasn't, but we can move through rather swiftly and get to the map. So, Ken Chalkins with NDC, thank you. This is the 4th of your public hearings. Let me see if this works. There. You mean it wasn't on? We used to just hit the side of the TV and it worked, right? There you can see the schedule. You can go through it. We've done a number of community outreach meetings, both virtual and in person. You can see that we're angling towards May 4th when we will make the final selection to move towards districts. I do want to stop here and just call this slide out. In particular, the column on the left. In the end, President Ferguson, your comment about adjusting things after every census and all that, it really is federal law. You have to have districts that are of equal size, and as people move and things change, you have to adjust. It's called one person, one vote. And then critically, the Federal Voting Rights Act suggests that you cannot draw districts that dilute the potential for a protected class to get elected. It doesn't guarantee anything. There's no percentage. But also, you can't gerrymander. You can't also go and grab a protected protected class. And so that's basically the federal law. On the right are a lot of principles that various different jurisdictions have used to select. I would say that Burbank, here's the numbers of Burbank. If you want to get to that equal population, each sub-district within your overall district has to be approximately 21,510. We have all of this data that comes to pass. You have a bunch of mapping, a couple of mapping tools, but one is the interactive mapping tool. I would say anybody who's interested in these maps, please go on and, oop, what happened? Did it hit the side? Go on the interactive map and use it. You can really drill down and see where the lines are drawn. You can also submit maps finally after this public hearing in between now and the next, and get to submit a paper map or go online and draw. We've gotten some maps from residents, so the mapping tool is relatively intuitive once you get into it. This is just a recap. Again, we don't see this all the time. Burbank has come through with a lot of comments and feedback about what they want to be emphasized, what's the communities of interest you want to represent. And as for those people who have drawn the maps, you can see this is not easy. There's 100 of different ways you can do it and still get to 21,000 people. You can draw all sorts of ways, but when you get guidelines like this, in particular that first one, the renter stuff, which came out loud and clear, not just here, literally the first night, but we heard it in other forums, that was important. And then geographic communities of interest, that came out, and so we tried to represent those with the maps we drew. Again, remember you looked at, I think, 4 of them last time. You boiled down to 2, and then we got more. Everybody has seen this and understands communities of interest geographically, et cetera. So the maps. The 2 maps that you looked at last time, and again, I'll go just to remind people that box on the left, the population deviation, and that's the difference between the largest district and the smallest district. You want to keep that under 10%. All of the maps you're going to see are less than 10%. If you're close to 0, it's not a better map. They both qualify. Under 10%, we would say that those would pass muster, and so it just is a little bit of a difference. What I like to do is let me go to the 2 that you've seen last time and go back and forth, 103 and 104. You can see the differences. 103 kind of cuts from bottom right to top left, and 104 comes from top right to bottom left, right? They slant differently. What you can see is the population deviation is under 10%. And I think last time we heard loud and clear, 104 was more favored, but they're both qualified. They both have representations of different renters, et cetera. Renter populations, if you look at the stats in there, you'll see it. I do want to call out, again, in this one, 104. Oh, you don't have the stats?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, wait, they might be in the, check the, because we're looking at the one online. No, I'm looking at the one that was on the, oh, yeah, no.
Oh, okay. Well, I have printed out 108 through the rest, not these two, though. So, okay, so, and I made some notes on it. If there's a way to get copies, I can. Otherwise, I can just call. If you have a question, I can read it to you. Okay. But significantly, 104, remember, found each of the trustees in a different district. And that was more complicated, and we didn't purposely do it. It is something to think about because you don't want to disrupt people's elections, folks voted for you, et cetera. It is something that is allowable to be considered, but it's not. You don't do that inside out. You look at all the communities of interest, and then you can see where the lines are. This one is well balanced, and again, up in the District 4, the right-hand side, a significant Armenian population. Along this one, just note, there are 4 districts that cross the freeway, so clearly the freeway didn't make as much of a difference. Sometimes you'll see the other maps, they do. Okay? In the new maps, let's go to 108. Again, the population deviation is 8.2, closer to 10, but still under 10%. I can look here if you have a specific question. I would tell you in this situation you have 3 different districts that have north of 50% renters. You don't have to go above 50%. It's just something to call out. In particular, District 4 has an 85% renter population. So it's a significant part of your renter, but geographically, if you go from 104 to 108, you can see it's a much different map. It's bunched differently, but they're both contiguous, they're both compact. There's no real evidence of any kind of gerrymandering, et cetera. Yeah, please. See, so this one kind of cuts that from right to left, and this one kind of is blocks, right? Yeah. Yes, please.
So on map 104,
yep.
District 2 and map 108, District 3 are fairly similar.
Yes.
What's the Latinx population for those two? Do we know?
I don't have 104 in front of me. I apologize.
That's right. I think I maybe have it from the previous
but
one.
108, District 3, the Latinx here, and what I'm going to give you is what's called CVAP, the citizen voting age population, is 31%.
Okay.
Which is about as high as you get for all of these maps.
Right. Yeah.
You have 2 districts, District 2 and District 3. District 2 is 27%, District 3 is 31%. So you can see the Latino community, if you'll remember the first maps I showed, the heat map kind of thing, it's really sort of in the center and up towards the airport area. That's significant. And then the renters along the freeway. Okay? So that's 108, and we'll go to 109, which is also significantly different. All right, and you can see 109, again, still compact enough. You can see the population deviation is significantly low. I'll just call it out for you. Again, you're not allowed to use protected class as the predominant determinant, but because the Latino community is the most pronounced, even including the Armenian community here, it's the most pronounced. We'll call that out. District 5 has a 27% Latino population, and again, that would match up and towards the airport, up the top left there. Make sense? This map has 4 different districts that have north of 50% renters. So you can see, and where that bunches is 5, but then 1, 2, and 3 is where you get them. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, and 4, because the center of the city, center of the district is where you get a lot of significant renters.
Can I ask on this one in particular? You said all of them qualify as compact districts.
Yeah. Okay, so, I know where you're going.
Country Club Drive in District 3 all the way down to basically boroughs.
So compact is like art. You'll know it when you see it. It's one of those things. There's no real definition. But what we look for is contiguous, compact enough, and it doesn't look circuitous that you're swinging around to go over and around to get various populations. I get your point. This is the type of map, and I'll show you in one other one, where someone could say, well, then how did that happen? Well, you could argue that because your significant focus on renters within a district, you can say that that was the dominant theme, and that's what pushed us to create and grab communities this way. I'm only telling you hypothetically how the answer would be, but I get your point, because this one looks significantly different than 108, right?
Yeah.
So, yes, please.
Well, just to clarify too, I think when we're talking about the emphasis on renters, it's making sure that the districts as they're drawn aren't entirely homeowners.
Correct.
So it's just finding that balance between the two in all of the different districts.
And if you go down to that list, that's one item, and then you go to the neighborhoods, and then you've got school. This is the challenge of layering your communities of interest. And President Ferguson, again, I was the chair of the Pasadena Independent Commission a decade ago. And the challenge we had is we used socioeconomic level. We did 4, and it was constantly a matrix of moving and matching. It's hard stuff. But as a result, you get a map that looks like this and a map that looks like this, and they're both, okay maps. You have to decide whether they represent the communities that you want to represent. That's why it's your decision.
Helpful. Thank you.
109. That's 109. 110, the significant issue for 110 is that this is also, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to look up there. Yes, this map also has each of the trustees in a separate district. But again, it slices go from 109 to 110. It slices kind of angles from top right to bottom left, right? But what I was going to call out is if you look at the pink district there, District 1, it's not circuitous, but again, you can see that kind of swoops around, and somebody might say, well, how did you get from all the way to the top to all the way to the bottom? Again, it grabs various populations in a way. Somebody drew this map, and it grabs various populations, renters, et cetera, and it says, we believe that this is a community. Somebody could run in this district and have a community that would represent them, that they would represent. Let me just call out the numbers. In the Latino or the renters, again, you have 4 different districts that have north of 50% here. The Latino community is 29% in District 2. Okay? So you know your neighborhoods, the geographic neighborhoods better than me. But from the renter perspective, that dominated, and you can see where there's a capturing of the schools. I forgot to mention up front, I have to apologize. Luther is on there and not Huerta. And my apologies. The map system grabbed, sorry? Jordan. Sorry. The map system grabbed it. I got told about it last night. It was my fault, but we'll fix it for the next time. Apologies. I just realized it because there was also an attempt to get districts that covered various schools. You don't have enough schools for every board member. So so we had to, there's some overlap. Right. School districts often do that. What's important is this is about elections, not governance. And what you all made very clear at the first meeting, you're going to govern for all the kids in the district, but you're going to be elected by district. Map 111, if you go from 110 to 111, again, this is more block-y. You can see the east and the northeast. District 5 goes way up and captures all of that, whereas in 110 it splits it, right? This one's much more blocked, and again, you can see 3 districts that cross the freeway and 2 below the freeway. 110, you have all 5 districts that cross the freeway. Significantly different maps, and they all match the numbers. And then 112, again, block, but this has that District 1 that goes down the center of the district, the overall district, and you split the east into 2 rather than having 1 block. And in 112, you have a 36% Latino district in District 1, right? So that's the high mark. And you have 3 districts that have over 50% renters. Okay? So very different maps. They cut different ways. No one said this would be easy, but the 104 and the 110 have similarities in that they have people, each of you in a separate district, and the numbers are closer. So you can consider those. That's the public hearing, etc. Any questions that I can answer for you? You can have as much
questions
as you want.
Sorry. As we're all doing the flip book version.
I feel like I'm in an eye exam.
Yeah.
Better or worse? Better or worse?
Yeah.
And I'm happy to flip through the, I'm sorry, it's gone, but I can flip through them electronically. Sometimes that visually helps.
Yeah.
And again, if you want to think about it, I would encourage the interactive map tool.
Yeah.
It really helps you drill down street by street. So.
Yeah, I think I'd love to dig in on the differences between 104 and 110, because we did talk about wanting as many districts as possible to have kind of both enrollment patterns for both of the comprehensive high schools. And I think 110 also captures that to an extent, at least. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
So look at 104 for a moment up here, and then we're going to go to 110. They both are sort of swoop east, northeast down to southwest, if that makes sense. They do it in different, right? That it's the significant difference is that pink district, District 1, because it captures so much of the west. It pushes the others up, right? And in 104, you don't have that, right? So it blocks it more in the middle. So you have that western district that swoops down. It's just a different district. And that changes everything else in the rest of the district.
So, jump in. I appreciate 110. I think what is nice is, again, kind of all districts somewhat are bridge districts. The challenge becomes the population represented by District 1 that would be just over the 5 freeway, basically in the Washington neighborhood. It becomes such a minimal population compared to the enrollment areas of what would be Stevenson, Roosevelt, and Providencia. And then you would split Providencia's enrollment area as well. So really, whereas you have a lot more of Roosevelt and probably a small inkling of Stevenson based off of population. I don't suspect that in the bottom kind of corner pocket where you expect the studios to exist, there to be a ton of density from families in particular. So what I feel like that does is it splits the population for Washington when they should. I would like to kind of keep that as holistic as possible. Understanding that there's going to be some split, and I do think 104 does. I like that both can seek to accomplish it in the same way, or seek to try and split the city in ways that somewhat make sense. And I understand based off playing with the map tool how you kind of have to move to gain population.
Exactly.
So I understand, like, for instance, the Rancho, which is in the southeast portion of the map, that little kind of peninsula that pops out there, is home to the Rancho. Inevitably, you're going to have to go up above Glen Oaks usually to find enough population to justify a district there without dragging it really far into basically where it would be Costco and the Empire Center. So I kind of get that. I also just don't think that there's any iteration of maps in our community or kind of holistic thinking that is basically like, hey, this is the border of Burbank, and like that seems to be more cohesive as a community. I do think that 104 keeps, again, airport impacted neighborhoods together, which again, you're going to have issues like soundproofing, recruitment areas obviously now, and I think that like 2 and 5, districts 2 and 5 in map 104 allow kind of, again, there to be at least 2 board members on deck to address the needs of Luther in particular, if we're looking at this from a middle school style perspective. I think one allows Roosevelt and Stevenson, both traditionally schools with high numbers of IEPs, which again, we're seeing more and more IEP-related issues come forward. And so again, I think that calls for a certain amount of specialty in that area, and I appreciate that. It also includes boroughs, kind of splits it as well. So there is some secondary there. It keeps 3 relatively dense to me. That's a compact district, not as winding and spindly. And again, that brings McKinley in with some of the more dense, from some of the density on the Burbank-Glendale border, above Glen Oaks, above 6. So one, we have a dual language immersion program at McKinley. That's one. But also generally, we have populations that need, that are both being served here by English as a second language, being paired in a district with some of the highest property values in the city. And I like that pairing, and I think that's a good pairing. Also think that District 5 in MAP 104 tends to keep kind of the northeast hillside together, which is basically, Emerson, Jefferson, that kind of area, plus Edison on the flats, separate from the Miller boundary and Disney. Again, I think those are more complementary pairings. I don't think you can cut this map in any particular way perfectly, but I do think that 104, even though 110 is a good attempt, I think 104 kind of most cohesively keeps it together. Additional feedback on maps?
The last time you went from 4 to, it was 1.5, and then we put 2, right? You have one more swipe at it. The next time you have to make a selection. Again, I've seen this a number of times, and even coming back to the last one, you'll get an increase. My guidance or my advice is, if you have 2 alternatives or 2 different types, try and funnel it down. If you have any kind of adjustments or adaptations, we can come back with 104B or 110B or whatever. Or if you're really focused and you like a map, you can pick one, and then what we're waiting for is to see if the public has any others. They submitted all the others. We only submitted the first 4, right? The 8 through 12 is completely from the public, and they're good maps. I commend the people who put them together. They're good maps. They're different than the maps that you all put together. I'm sorry, we all put together, and you selected. Sorry, that we put together and selected. So. And President Ferguson, you just described exactly the challenge, because you get this perfect map and you go, gosh, my deviation is 12%. Where do I go get 2.5% or 3? And then you start to shave, and then districts look a little odd. But that's how you get some odd shapes. That's literally how it happens. So
I would just ask that. So I would recommend that we hold map 104 over for further consideration, and that we invite again the public to submit additional maps for consideration, and that we ask district staff to send out an e-blast or 2 reminding before the next hearing on the matter to invite the public to submit additional maps. I think there are a lot of good qualities that folks have commented about 104 in general. If there's a better map that can be drawn, great, let's invite that. But I think we hold 104 and then consider any of the public submissions.
Yes, one more question. So I'm curious, on the map tool, is it possible to kind of like preload 104 so that people could make their own changes to it? Is that available? Or a way for them to make a copy of it so that they could
I'm pretty sure that they make a copy and then they own that copy.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then they adjust.
Okay.
Then they can go in and call it something, and then it becomes 113 or 114.
5, yeah, exactly.
You can make a copy of it, yeah.
Okay. Great. So, Mr. Cantwell, if we could make sure that there's instructions for how to do that and say that, right now the board is.
There are.
Okay.
In the-
But no,
in the
but
instruction
for
manual.
copying 104 and then making adjustments?
You can copy any map, and it tells you
Okay.
exactly how to
I thought
copy
it was
any
only the
map.
ones that were on
It's,
here.
it's kind of like a Mac at the top. There's pull downs and all that, but the instructions about how to use the tool are there. And the President Ferguson's right; it's sort of at the top. But we could, we can't really go in and add extra because it's all there. But if anybody has any question, they can certainly, through the district, get a hold of us, and somebody can help them if anybody has any questions. So we can put that on the site if you need that.
Can you remind us the deadline next week? A week from today?
Is it a week from today? So we have a one week from today to get any new maps, because they need a certain amount of time before they are submitted to the district to get published to be used for May 4th. Sure.
Are you working with the city too, or it's a different company?
NDC is working with the city. I'm not. The president of, sorry.
Is it their deadline same as ours?
No.
They have different deadlines, yeah. So,
They started at a different time than we did.
and you would think it's odd, your boundaries are the same, but different elected officials, different communities of interest, different push, so maps take different turns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
And I will say, you unfortunately have come at a number of times where you are at the dead end of the meeting, and we ask you to move. But really, thank you.
Sure.
And your advice throughout this process has been invaluable. So,
My pleasure.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will go to. Why don't we go to, with my board colleagues' consent, item 11B, the report on the 2021-2022 annual financial report and the financial performance audits of the Prop 39 General Obligation Bonds Building Fund Measure S program. It's how did we do on spending the money
Yes.
the voters entrusted us with.
Oops, let me get myself together here. Okay. Thank you, Andrew. All right, good evening, everybody. I will try and keep this concise and to the point, because it's been a long evening for everybody. And hopefully I'll do this right. All right, I am Gemma Tashinsky. I am a principal with Clifton Larson Allen, and I am your independent audit firm. And I'm here this evening to present the results of the audit for the June 30th, 2022 fiscal year. So there we go. All right, audit purpose, real quick, just to make sure everybody understands. Our role is to issue an opinion on the financial statements, state whether they're fairly stated. The requirement really stems from Education Code and the Education Audit Appeals Panel that issues their audit guide that we follow, as well as, of course, the Office of Management and Budget, because you receive federal funding. And, of course, there's a fiduciary responsibility. All right. So audit process, real briefly, I think everybody's been through this process before, but the process is based on risk assessment. We look at internal controls. We do quite a bit of substantive testing, and then that gets us to the reporting. So some of those things, some of those activities include analytics, interviewing individuals within the organization, including a board member each year, looking at the internal control process for disbursements, payroll, all the key areas. And then, kind of walking through all those significant account balances and transactions in order to issue our opinion. Okay. So things that we are required to communicate to governance. First of all, results. We issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statement, so an informed reader can rely on the information in that report. That's the very beginning of your report. You can see that quite clearly. We had no changes in our initial scope. When we go into the audit, we plan, we think about what we're going to look at, what we're going to do. We didn't have to deviate in any respect in terms of what our plan was. There were no significant changes in terms of accounting policies or the way things are reported, with exception of It does that. Okay. It's late. There was one new standard implemented this year. The Government Accounting Standards Board required the issuance of GASB 87, which had to do with reporting leases. So as a leaseor of property out, the district had to report leases on the fund financial statements as a leaseor, and on the full accrual GASB 34 statements, leaseor and leasee relationships. So other things we need to talk about, significant estimates in the financial statements. Those are things like deciding how long to depreciate assets. What interest rate should we use, should the district use in order to develop that leasee liability or that leaseor receivable? And then of course you have these really large liabilities on the full accrual financial statements for OPEB, your retiree health and welfare benefits, and your STRS and PERS. So those are all based on assumptions and estimates, and so part of our responsibility is to understand those assumptions and see if we have any concerns about them so that we can feel comfortable about the numbers that are presented in the financial statements. So other than that, no differences between management and our audit in terms of how to report things. We had no audit adjustments, which you can see on page 89. We had a few what are called proposed adjustments. So, audit is 20/20 hindsight. We pick and look at different things, and sometimes we'll find something that should go in the next year, or that maybe had a little bit of the estimate was different than actual, but nothing that we were concerned about. And so that is included in your governance letter, more detail. And then in terms of findings, in terms of the financial audit, no internal control matters that we have to report to you. We did look at last year. Last year we did have a finding related to the child development, some accruals that didn't occur properly. And so that was corrected this year. So I think that was it on the required communications. I'll mention again that your unaudited actuals that were presented back in September, those mirror then what's in the financial report. It's just a different format. And then of course you're required to present full accrual perspective also. So these are the full accrual statements. These are the ones that look different than your unaudited actuals. They capture things like capital assets and debt, and all of the different inflows and outflows that are derived primarily from actuarial studies for your OPEB and your PERS and STRS. So I just want to mention that. These are just really large numbers, and we look at those numbers to make sure that they're well supported. And really the biggest changes there are just big swings in pension and OPEB, and that's all based on those actuarial valuations. And then the other side of the coin there is kind of the income statement or the statement of activities. And again, what's different here than your unaudited actuals is that we're looking at things like depreciation and debt service interest only, because your debt service principal is reflected over on that balance sheet. All right, so a lot of detail there. And of course, the primary fund we spent a lot of time on is the general fund. We always look to see that the numbers are supported so that when we look at that reserve, that we feel comfortable that you're meeting the reserve requirements. And I know you monitor that. All right, so that's kind of the financial audit in a nutshell. And then we do look at your federal funding. And so this year we audited 5 programs. We issued an unmodified opinion on compliance. We didn't have any findings associated with those programs. Much of that funding is related to, the COVID-related grants, and so over time we will see those kind of go away. Special education was the one that was on the normal 3-year rotation in. And your district continues to qualify as a low-risk auditee because you continue to have clean opinions and no material weaknesses. So that is good. On the state program side, in the report, page 104 lists all of the programs that the state requires that we look at. Not all of them apply to your district, but we do audit the ones that apply. Attendance was back this year. Distance learning was in last year, so this last year it was attendance. We're back to traditional attendance. We looked at attendance records for George Washington, Ralph Emerson, Stevenson, Luther Burbank High School, Monterey High School, Independent Learning Academy, and then your traditional and short-term independent study this year. So those are all the different areas we looked at attendance. And then I've got the list there of the other things that were new this year, the different programs that we had to look at. Yes, sir.
The question, legally, how many samples do you have to look at when it comes to audits? You have to look at everything, or there's a minimum, maximum?
So it depends. It's not based on our professional standards. So for the financial audit, there is guidance in terms of sample size if you're going to test effectiveness of a control versus just gaining an understanding of a control, and that can vary anywhere from a sample size of, say, 20 to 60 generally. On the state compliance side, again, the state guide directs us in terms of the sample sizes we use, but normally, again, it's somewhere between that 25 and 60 items that we're looking at. And same with the federal programs. It depends on population size, and so then the population drives how much you're looking at, but a very standard sample size is 40, quite typically. Yeah, so depending on the size, over 250, then you're in the 40 to 60, depending on your risk assessment, and it goes up and down. All right. So we issued an unmodified opinion on compliance. We had one finding this year related to ACES, just some record-keeping related items, just kind of tightening up the record keeping in terms of the reporting that goes to the state and kind of collecting the data that gets summarized, that gets reported. So nothing too serious. And then next year, lots of new compliance areas. The state does not rest. This year, we will be looking at TK, home to school transportation, ADA loss mitigation, as well as all of the other things that were introduced back this year. So we'll be pretty busy on the state compliance side. And then to kind of shift to Measure S, and so the financial report there, we issued an unmodified opinion as well. You'll see that on page 1. So again, the financial statements, informed reader can rely on that information. No changes in scope, no changes in accounting principles, no findings. And on the performance, and I guess I should flip that for you. On the performance side, our primary focus is to look at transactions and see if those expenses match up to what the voters had approved. And so we had no items of non-compliance. In our report, we tested 70% of the total expenditures of $2.7 million, and we selected about 100% of salaries and benefits, which is a really small percentage. You have one person that's charged part of their time for accounting related. So that is kind of it. Some new standard to be implemented next year as well. Similar lease standard. Long-term software subscriptions will be something to look at and to be recorded on the full accrual financial statement. I know it's exciting stuff.
It's thrilling.
I know. So I hope I didn't go too fast on that. But any questions? Any other questions?
Questions from my colleagues?
I think this is more of a housekeeping thing. So first of all, thank you.
You're welcome.
The first couple of slides here got, I'm going to use a technical term, janked. Yep. So you can't read all of the really helpful stuff at the beginning, like the risk, the slide that says audit process, et cetera. So I don't know if we can just reformat the PDF, because if somebody were to download this now, the stuff at the beginning is so helpful.
No, this is fine.
That's fine.
It's the online version of the packet.
So I don't know. I just think that it's the beginning couple of pages are so helpful to people, and I want to make sure that no one's like, you're intentionally hiding things. So
if we could just refresh the presentation and post it on the front page of the district website, because
yeah, that would be great.
It's also an accountability Dr. Hill.
Yeah, we usually post it on the business services website, so we'll make sure it's formatted correctly there.
Great.
Because this was already put in an agenda and we did the presentation and it wasn't available publicly, like you cannot read it in certain components. If we could move it to the front portion of the website just for now, and then we can retire it to the business page, just so that way this is our audit, this is a big deal, and then we can retire it there. That would be...
We need people to see your fabulous work.
Great. Great. Any additional feedback?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, auditors are notoriously very low key about it. Like, a unmodified opinion, as you know, is very good.
Yeah, it is.
A plus 100%. So yeah, I like non-sarcastically enjoyed reading through this because I love an audit. But I know that I just want to recognize staff because I know that there were changes that happened over the last year in terms of staffing. I know that trying to account for COVID funds that happened very quickly and that got dispersed very quickly can be really hard, frankly. And so thank you for doing this for us and for your guidance, and congrats to staff. Kudos.
Yes, absolutely. The Martha Stewart of audits, it's a good thing. This was, again, we hear it time and time again from folks, you don't deserve additional money, you misspend the money that you have. We can show you audit after audit that shows that we spend the dollars that are given to us, the very precious dollars that are given to us by this community, we spend it in compliance with what we say. And this audit also proves that for this year. So thank you as always for coming in.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you to Dr. Hill, to Mr. Cantwell, especially to Allie Lowe, who we work very closely with. But everybody works really hard. And it's not just finance, it's also the education side, because we bug a lot of people for a lot of information, and everybody's very responsive, and we do appreciate that.
Well, and you've been here for a few presentations at this point, so you're a veteran too, so good to see you. Glad it was a good report. And again, even last year was a good report with the exception of the finding that, again, was something that we addressed very quickly, and it wasn't, a major issue. So. Sorry, did you raise your hand? Thank you. Okay. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay. Colleagues, want to check in on where we are at. I do want to get into the report on district vacancies, but I do think it's a more in-depth conversation. So I want to see if we could potentially noting that we have a closed session still to get to, and it is almost 10:30. So if that is okay with Dr. Neiman, I don't want to, Dr. Neiman's here for closed session anyway, so apologies. So if we can move that, thank you for getting that together. I know we've said, hey, let's get it together, and I in particular said let's move it, but obviously at 10:30 I want to make sure we're getting and preserving brain power to get to closed session for all the issues at hand there. So with that, we will move that to the next meeting. That will be, items 11A. And then if we could include the component about the NPA, the non-public agency that we are using now. The contracts that we have adopted now, an overview of that, and include that in that report. That way it's a two birds with one stone kind of report. Does that work, Dr. Hill?
Let me see if we can pull it, because we have multiple NPA contracts and the agenda items are due pretty quickly, but we will try to see if we can include it.
Okay, understandably. If we can't, we can't. I understand.
At a minimum, we'll come back at a future board meeting with all of that.
Yeah, if there are any that are coming up for renewal, let's prioritize those.
Yeah, I'll work with staff.
Okay, thank you. If not, let's touch base. Let's figure that out. Okay, perfect. Then we will move to item 13A, which is the adoption of Resolution 23, proclaiming April 24, 2023 as the Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923. Dr. Agakanian has an amendment to this, so if you want to make the motion. Okay.
I'll make it.
Please.
I make a motion that the Board of Education.
Microphone.
Long night.
There we go.
I move that the Board of Education adopts Resolution 23 proclaiming April 24, 2023 as the Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915-1923.
Second. So moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by myself, to adopt Resolution 23 as amended. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And then can you specify the amendment that you had detailed?
The amendment should be that, and 49 of the 50 United States of America. United States of America is one of the countries that also recognize the resolution. It's the second time it's coming up. I hope next year we not repeat the same thing. I made the correction last year, too.
Then do it.
Got it.
No, not you, but I'm just sorry, I'm not looking.
So Can you get specific? Can you read the line and the correction? That way, Ms. Quiterio can make appropriate adjustments.
At the second whereas, after when it says 49 of the 50 United States of America, 50 United States of America, which doesn't make sense, and 49 of the 50 United States, it should be Venezuela and United States of America.
Huh?
Wait, read it again?
So you just want to, let me make sure, I think I heard it. You want to add in there, the United States of America recognizes it as well as 49 of the 50 states.
No, 50 states do recognize.
All 50?
All 50. So you just want to say the United
Yeah.
States recognizes.
Okay.
Well, the resolution was the United
Got it.
No, you're right.
Does that work?
50 of the.
Excellent. So with the amendment, or with the resolution as amended, I also do want to take a moment to say, this is also the first time this state will celebrate Genocide Remembrance Day, as a state holiday. So obviously a personal source of pride, but when you get to see the descendant of genocide survivors go legislate in the fifth largest economy in the world and make a state holiday that honors the suffering and the experiences of not just one community, but many communities, and then gives flexibility to public institutions like the ones that we all serve in this school district with the ability to honor and commemorate those losses without impacts to our budget and our bottom line. We create a more humane, frankly, society that honors that experience in new ways. So while most definitely we thank, the Armenian community who has lent their day of commemoration to everybody's commemoration, this is a month where many communities are commemorating loss and suffering, and as a state that is such a melting pot, we do owe it a time and consideration to ensure that this doesn't happen anymore. So thank you to everybody who talked about the genocide celebration, not celebrations, but commemorations, and the celebrations of Armenian culture that endured despite the targeted elimination of this community. I hope that we can hear about Armenian dancers and Armenian cultural celebrations year-round, as opposed to just around Armenian genocide commemoration. So with that, Dr. Agakanian, do you remember when this used to be a 3-2 vote?
We had a month after that.
Yeah, and we've shown up time and time again to cast the votes, right? Yes. And I'm proud, and I certainly hope it'll be unanimous, but there was a time in this community where it was a 3-2 vote. Mm-hmm. And that was a dark day, even in this dais. And I was proud to be one of the three, alongside you and Dr. Reynolds. But no more.
No more.
So with that.
And I do want to also acknowledge Assemblymember Audrey Nazarian for passing of AB 1081, if I'm correct? For
1801.
1801, sorry.
Yeah.
For Monday is all of our schools and colleges, right?
Can be closed. They are not closed.
LA Unified is.
Well, and more will continue to honor as we don't penalize institutions for being closed and honoring that holiday. Any other?
And by the way, for the record, 50th state was Mississippi. In March 2022, they did recognize the Armenian. Fine. So, for the record.
Lots of work to do on other fronts, but thank you, Mississippi. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
You good to vote?
Aye, sorry.
Opposed? That motion carries 4-0. You get to read it now.
Thank you, sir. Whereas the Armenian Resolution 23 proclaiming April 24, 2003 as the Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923. Whereas the Armenian Genocide of 1915-1923 is widely recognized by historians and genocide scholars as the first genocide of the 20th century, and since 1919, April 24th has been designated as a day of remembrance and commemoration of the inhumane atrocities committed by the Ottoman Turks in carrying out the systematic annihilation and more than 1.5 million Armenian women, children, and men during World War I. And whereas Many countries, including Argentina, Austria, Belgium, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Lebanon, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Paraguay, Poland, Russia, Slovakia, Sweden, Switzerland, Uruguay, Vatican City, Venezuela, and 50 of the 50 United States of America, including the California, recognize the atrocities perpetrated by the Ottoman Empire during the years of 1915-1923 as genocide, and whereas the state of California has been at the forefront of encouraging and promoting the curriculum relating to human rights and genocide in order to empower future generations to prevent recurrence of genocide. Whereas the Burbank Unified School District has significant Armenian student population, many of whom have family members who experienced firsthand the horror and evil of the Armenian genocide, as well as the avoidance of recognition or outright denial by many countries of the Armenian genocide. And whereas the Burbank Unified School District continues to provide teacher training workshops and educational resources about all historic genocides, including the Armenian genocide, to all its high school social study teachers and students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education hereby designates April 24, 2003 as the Burbank Unified School District Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915-1923, and in doing so, will ensure that the Armenian genocide is properly taught to its faculty, student body, and the community at large.
Thank you very much. And if I can ask that you find a time to connect with Ms. Quiterio so she can print the updated resolution so we can circulate it in time?
Yes.
For Monday's commemoration?
I would appreciate it.
That would be great. Well, you need to sign it as clerk, so it's you finding time to get to her. But I want to make sure that that's able to go out on the day of commemoration.
I think if we can have this prepared before the Saturday genocide commemoration, I would like to, if you can make it, if any of you, to present this at the, it's at 9:30 in front of the City Hall.
Saturday?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we can get this, maybe if my colleagues, any of you, we can present this resolution also.
So let's talk, Ms. Quiterio, and you, and if I need to pick up a copy of the resolution so you can sign it and bring it back, we'll do it. But I just want to make sure we're able to circulate it for employees, for our community as well, not just the commemoration on Saturday.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Let's go to item 13B, adoption of Resolution 24, proclaiming May 2nd, 2023 as Day of the Teacher, and May 1st through May 5th as Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week.
President Ferguson.
Dr. Weisberg.
I move that we adopt Resolution 24, proclaiming May 2nd, 2023 as Day of the Teacher, and May 1st, 2023 through May 5th, 2023 is Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian to adopt Resolution 24, proclaiming both the day and week, Day of the Teacher and Teacher Appreciation Week. Discussion on this.
It's good.
Thank you, teachers.
Thank you, teachers. And please refer to public comment responses because, again, we appreciate you. We don't always hit the mark on demonstrating it. That's clear, but we do. And we need to do better, and all of us are committed to doing that. So thank you for all you do, seen and unseen. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 4-0. Dr. Weisberg, you can do the honors.
Resolution 24, proclaiming May 2nd, 2023 as Day of the Teacher, and May 1st, 2023 through May 5th, 2023 as Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation, and whereas an educated citizenry serves as the foundation of our democracy, and whereas education is, in large measure, the result of the talent and commitment of teachers, and whereas today's teachers mold the minds and train the workforce of the future, and whereas good teaching grows in value and pays dividends far beyond the classroom, and whereas teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and inspiration, And whereas California's teachers are among the best educated, highly qualified, and hardest working educators in the country, and whereas teachers in the Burbank Unified School District exemplify these qualities, and whereas the Board of Education and leadership of the Burbank Unified School District recognize the truly vital role of teachers in realizing the mission for public education, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the teachers of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of the district's teaching staff, and hereby proclaims May 2nd as Day of the Teacher and May 1st, 2023 through there's a typo here, May 5th, 2023, as Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week. I hereby certify, there, I'm going to leave it alone. So I can tell you where, do you see where it is? So we just left out the word May, so it says May 1st, 2023 through 5/2023.
Got it. So we'll get that corrected and as amended. Thank you, Dr. Weisberg. On to item 13C, adoption of Resolution 25, proclaiming May 18th, 2023 as Speech Pathologist Day. And by the way, I do want to thank Ms. Quiterio, because I will say a lot of these resolutions we've had to have carryover feedback over year. So, thank you for bearing with us as we approve on the fly and try and get these out, because again, the messages are important, but every now and then there's a typo or two, and comes from years of doing it. So with that, adoption of Resolution 25 proclaiming May 18th, 2023 as Speech Pathologist Day. Dr. Weisberg. I'm sorry, I made that call.
President Ferguson.
Yes.
I move that we adopt Resolution 25 proclaiming May 18th, 2023 as Speech Pathologist Day.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. I'm happy to read this one, as you guys have been reading the other two, if that works for you.
Water or coffee, or cashews are not doing justice to my.
But for now, we get to honor speech pathologists and their contributions to the district. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 4-0. If I could borrow your laptop.
Yes.
So I can read. Thank you. Thank you. My eyes are getting.
Make it as big as you want.
Thank you. Yes. Not yet, folks, but I am really blind. Resolution 25 proclaiming May 18, 2023 as the Day of the Speech Language Pathologist, whereas May 18th is National Speech Pathologist Day, which celebrates the contributions speech language pathologists make to the community, and whereas May is Better Hearing and Speech Month, established to provide an opportunity to raise awareness about communication disorders and the role of American Speech Language Hearing Association members in providing life-altering treatment. And whereas speech language pathologists are experts in communication and are in a highly specialized field focused on assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of communication disorders. And whereas there are over 188,000 certified speech-language pathologists in the United States, and over half of those work in educational settings. And whereas in California, for individuals who receive special education services, approximately 165,000 students are designated as having speech or language impairment, SLI. And in the Burbank Unified School District, approximately 1,000 students are designated as having speech or language impairment. And whereas 22 speech-language pathologists and 4 speech-language pathology assistants provide services in the Burbank Unified School District to students ranging from 3 to 22 years of age in all grades from preschool to transition age. And whereas speech-language pathologists provide therapy to students with delays and disorders in the areas of semantics, syntax, morphology, pragmatics, thank you, voice fluency, stuttering, late, articulation, and phonological processing in order to help them effectively communicate and access the curriculum in the educational setting. And whereas the speech-language pathologist carrying out duties including evaluating communication skills, determining communication delays and disorders, writing comprehensive assessment reports, identifying service and support options, creating and carrying out individual education programs, IEPs, acting as case managers, providing direct therapy services, collecting progress data, completing progress reports, participating as members of student success teams or SSTs, assisting with transition planning, consulting with school staff, families, and interdisciplinary teams, and supervising student speech language pathologists in training. And whereas California's speech language pathologists are among the best educated with high qualification standards and ongoing continuing education requirements, and hold undergraduate and graduate degrees specific to the field of communicative disorders, and are credentialed by the state of California, commonly hold a certificate of clinical competence in speech language pathology, and generally maintain California state licensure. And whereas speech language pathologists demonstrate a commitment to making a difference in people's lives and are dedicated to continuous learning and empowering others, and whereas the Board of Education and leadership of the Burbank Unified School District recognize the vital role of speech language pathologists and express strong support and gratitude to past and present speech language pathologists and speech language pathology assistants for their commitment and dedication to the students and staff of the Burbank Unified School District. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education recognize May 18, 2023 as Day of the Speech Language Pathologist in the Burbank Unified School District. What a tremendous role to play in giving students the ability to speak for themselves and to express themselves. How amazing is that? We're thankful to all of them for their service. With that, we will go to item 13D, which is the adoption of Resolution 26 proclaiming May 10th as School Nurse Day.
President Ferguson.
You got it.
Thank you. I move that we adopt Resolution 26 proclaiming May 10th, 2023 as School Nurse Day.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian to adopt Resolution 26. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Whereas National Nurses Week is May 6th through 12th each year and draws attention to and celebrates the contributions that nurses and nursing make to the community, with the full week of recognition culminating on Florence Nightingale's birthday, May 12th, and whereas there are approximately 60,000 registered nurses in the United States public school system who care for more than 52 million students, and whereas school nursing is a specialized practice of professional nursing that advances the well-being, academic success, and lifelong achievement of students, facilitates positive student responses to normal development, promotes health and safety, intervenes with actual and potential health problems, provides case management services, and builds student and family capacity for adaptation, self-management, self-advocacy, and learning through collaboration with professionals in other disciplines. And whereas school nurses assist students in achieving optimal wellness to enhance readiness to learn, improve school attendance rates, ensure that students entering school are free of communicable diseases, and provide interventions that promote the well-being of students. And whereas giving generously of their time and talent for a multitude of projects, school nurses assist in the maintenance of healthy and safe school environments in the district. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District expresses strong support and deep gratitude to the past and present school nurses for their commitment and dedication to the students and staff of the Burbank Unified School District, now therefore be it resolved that May 10th, 2023 be recognized as School Nurse Day in the Burbank Unified School District.
Thank you, Dr. Weisberg. Dr. Agakanian.
Sorry. I also want to thank all the nurses who are currently taking care of my father. So thank you very much for all you do.
Yeah, out front tonight, the teachers and nurses and folks represented by BTA were rallying out front, and was able to connect with the school nurse who works at Muir, and she proceeded to tell me that she works a full day, usually sees 60 some odd kids a day, and then goes on to provide home health care. And I thought about that day, and that was such, it was one of kind of the dozen or so stories that people offered as I was out there chatting with folks, but puts this in context, that these people are just they're highly trained, incredible professionals, but to think about having 60 to 70 kids flow through your office within a day, to bump around to other schools, right? Because they don't just support one school, they support many schools. And then to go and to support somebody with likely a chronic condition that is debilitating in nature, to be upbeat, right? To provide that kind of care. Wow, just incredible. So great point, Dr. Agakanian, but also just wanted to kind of echo that story because she was so kind to share it with me. So thinking of you today when we're voting on this. Great. We will move to item number 13E, which is the adoption of Resolution 27, proclaiming the week of May 1st through May 5th, Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. And I will move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 27, proclaiming the week of May 1st through May 5th as Substitute Appreciation Week.
Second.
Substitute teacher, yes. Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 4-0. Thank you for pulling it up, DW. Resolution 27, proclaiming May 1st through May 5th as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation. And whereas substitute teachers are an essential part to the education of our children. And whereas substitute teachers provide continuity in the learning process as well as a safe and healthy learning environment for students. And whereas substitute teachers work tirelessly to serve our children and community with care and professionalism. And whereas substitute teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and inspiration. And whereas the role of substitute teachers may be different from that of a regular teacher in some aspects, but it is equally demanding, equally essential, and equally professional. And whereas the Board of Education and leadership at the Burbank Unified School District recognize the truly vital role of substitute teachers in realizing the mission for public education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to substitute teachers of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of the district's substitute teaching staff, and hereby proclaims May 1st through May 5th as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. There were some comments earlier during public comment that went after, at times, some of our subs, some of our long-term subs, and, there's always a bad apple in every bunch. Having said that, our long-term subs and our short-term subs have been there on the front line of crisis in a lot of moments for our district. Attracting them has been a challenge at times because of the compensation, again, we offer. So to our substitute teaching staff who wake up daily waiting to know whether or not they're going to be called to a school site or not, and who base an entire living off of not knowing or knowing if they're going to be working the next day. It takes a lot. And just thank you for standing in. And I can tell you this, there are many situations my years in school where unforeseen circumstances struck, a teacher was out for the remainder of the year, and that long-term sub brought it home in so many ways. So thank you to all who have contributed to this district in that way and all who have used this as a pathway to connect with a long-term teaching position in a subject matter that they care about very deeply. Dr. Weisberg.
Oh, no.
Okay, next we'll go to item 13F, and that's what I will talk to Dr. Weisberg about for the adoption of Resolution 28, proclaiming May 5th as School Lunch Hero Day.
President Ferguson.
There you go.
I move that we adopt Resolution 28, proclaiming May 5th, 2023 as School Lunch Hero Day.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian, to adopt the School Lunch Hero Day resolution. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Dr. Weisberg.
Whereas the efforts of the food service classified staff members of the Burbank Unified School District are essential to the successful operation of the district's programs, and whereas nutritious school meals are an essential part of the school day, and whereas food and nutrition professionals are committed to providing healthful, nutritious meals to the district's children so they are ready to learn, and whereas the women and men who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their daily interaction and support, and whereas food and nutrition professionals demonstrate on a consistent basis their concern through patience and kindness towards our students, and whereas their efforts and commitment to children and their contributions are extremely important to the overall operation of our schools, and whereas the full force of our food and nutrition professionals are on the front lines during COVID-19 and ensuring our children do not go without nutritious meals, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the food and nutrition professional employees of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and honor their contribution to a quality education and celebrate their accomplishments, and hereby proclaim May 5th, 2023 as School Lunch Hero Day.
Excellent. With that, we will move on to item 13G, acceptance of the 2021-2022 annual financial report and the financial and performance audits of the Proposition 39 general obligation bonds building fund Measure S program. That was the audit we just got the report on.
Mr. President.
Dr. Agakanian.
I move that the Board of Education accepts the 2021-2022 annual financial report and the financial and performance audits of the Proposition 39 General Obligation Bonds Building Funds Measure S program as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Any further discussion on this? Again, kudos to staff. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Moving to item 13H. Approval of federal addendum for annual revision for the 2022-2023. Just the federal addendum for the 22-23 year.
Mr. President.
Dr. Agakanian.
I move that the Board of Education approves the revised federal addendum for 2022-23 as presented.
Second.
Let me down, folks.
I want to give
Stay
other
with
people
me.
space to second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg, with a few shots fired over there. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Item 13I, the approval of contract with Oslo State.
Are we skipping that?
Yeah, I'm just getting there to say it, just in case people are following along at home.
I'm sorry.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So the scout camp for Emerson Elementary was pulled. So just a reminder, members of the public, in case you're following at home. 13J, approval of the agreement for the use of facilities between the Burbank Unified School District and the Kids Community Dental Clinic. And by the way, thank you to Ms. Quiterio, who put a nice sticker here reminding me it was pulled. So, Dr. Agakanian, so I didn't trip up.
I move that the Board of Education approves the agreement of use of facilities between the Burbank Unified School District and the Kids Community Dental Clinic to provide dental services for students effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2028, and the authority to sign the updated lease agreement to be exercised pursuant to USD AR 3314 as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Any further discussion on this item? Thank you to the Kids Community Dental Clinic for its continued partnership over decades at this point, close to probably 20 years, if not longer. So, wow. Amazing how time flies. So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. On to item 13K, approval of AR 6146.1, high school graduation requirements.
President Ferguson.
Dr. Weisberg.
I move that we approve AR 6146.1, high school graduation requirements as presented.
Second.
Oh, yeah, girl.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Sponsor Kamkar. Watch out with the high five.
So late.
If I can ask, so I did see, and maybe I read this quickly, this removes the service learning requirement for the online class.
No.
Or for both?
Both.
For both. Great. I just wanted to clarify. I'm getting that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I read quickly.
Can
That's why I was like, wait,
Is this a place to talk about it?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to say how this seems almost counterintuitive, but I want to thank April Weaver at Monterey for bringing this up to me. I know it was in conversation much longer, but I think this is a really great example of the authentic DEI work that the district is doing, because on paper, the idea of having like a mandatory what are we calling it? Service learning. Don't know if it's service learning requirement sounds great, but when you investigate even further and you realize that it's preventing students from graduating because of circumstances that they can't control, it really makes you stop and think. So I'm thankful to all of the principals. I know you met in principal council about this, to all the staff, because I think this is a really important step. And one that's going to really benefit our kids. And just noting, too, for anybody who's watching, her husband, that if students do still choose to do service learning, they will still be recognized and honored. It just doesn't make it, it doesn't prevent students from being able to graduate when circumstances keep them from being able to participate. So thank you to everybody. I think this is a really important step.
Thank you. I have now been here since this was actually created. I wasn't here when it was created, but I was a student board member when it was discussed, and Debbie Kukta and others helped bring this about. I think the mission and the intention was great.
Yeah,
having said that,
absolutely.
This is now a barrier for many who are seeking to get out there in the world and to take on the world in their own way. So we want to remove those barriers. So I want to thank everybody who took this on. I think initially people heard this and were like, what?
Yeah.
So to master communicators like Dr. Paramo, who helped kind of guide us through this moment, thank you. And to everybody else who's been involved in this, I do think this is a good step for kids. With that, we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Dr. Akania, is that a yes? There we go. That item carries 4-0. And just confirming, that's the high school graduation requirement, service learning. Okay. I just want to confirm before we get sued. Thank you. We'll move to item 13L, adoption of the proposed 2023-2024 instructional calendars for the Burbank Adult School.
I move that the Board of Education adopts proposed 2023-24 instruction calendar for Burbank Adult School as presented.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agahanian, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. Can you pull this up real quick?
Indeed.
Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, look, it's right here.
There we go. Oh, there.
Oh, it's in there.
So okay, so April 24th is not on this calendar as a potential day off.
No, this is the adult school calendar that is mirrored after the instructional calendar that was approved already.
Right. So can we start phasing in April 24th as a day that classes don't occur?
We can start those conversations. It would involve adding another day to the calendar and figuring out how to pay classified staff.
It's part of the state law. So well, maybe not for adult school, but we should still have that conversation.
Yeah, it's the same conversation we're having for the other days that we want to add to the calendar. So we are having that, but it goes back to that payroll system.
Okay, I'm so tired of hearing about the damn payroll system. So get over it. Let's figure it out. Like, we need to work our way around it at this point because it's been years now that's been used as an excuse. It's not okay.
So I don't know if this needs to just be a conversation at a different board meeting, but sort of along those lines, having the conversations about the additional days, but also it's come up a couple of times this year in emails about even though I know we've been doing it for I think 10 to 15 years, the no athletic practices for certain holidays, I think it could be really beneficial to just put it on a calendar because that then we've been doing it for a long time, and I know some people are responding as if we haven't, but to me there's no downside in just clarification of no athletic practice this day or whatever. So the people, it shouldn't come as a surprise, but it still seems to be continuing to surprise people. That's it.
Okay.
And I know that doesn't apply to the adult school calendar.
Okay, great. We'll proceed to vote. We do have a motion on that, correct?
Yeah.
No? Great. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 4-0. On to the consent calendar. So items 13.
13M? 13M.
You're correct. So sorry. 13M. Thank you for whoever whispered that.
Dr. Knappich.
Dr. Knappich, thank you. Not all heroes wear capes. Approval to increase budgeted amount for child care careers and the education team agreement.
President Ferguson.
Dr. Weisberg.
I move that we approve the approval to increase budgeted amounts for child care careers and the education team agreement as presented.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
I appreciate this being here, though.
Excellent. Onto the consent agenda. I ask that 14A be pulled until after closed session. 14B.
So 14B through 14, holy smokes, 14 AD. So it's, yeah. So
14B isn't impacted by closed session, correct? Okay, great. Just clarifying that. I just don't know where. So 14B through, I'm sorry, what?
I was going to make a motion.
Go ahead.
President Ferguson, I move that we approve the consent calendar from 14B through 14AF as presented. Yeah, AF. Sorry.
That's fine. I would like to pull 14AB.
Oh.
Yep. Any other items board members wish to pull? So all items on the consent calendar, 14B through 14AF, with the exception of item 14AB.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries 4-0. On to item 14AB, approval of amended agreement for professional services Lozano Smith.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
What? Wait, I'm confused. To pull it? You pulled it?
I pulled it. Yep, if you want to move to support it.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Education approve an amended agreement between the Berlin Unified School District and Lozano Smith Attorneys at Law to provide specialized legal services in the areas of facilities and construction effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, not to exceed $280,000.
As presented. Excellent. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
I'd like to hear your...
Yeah, I think it's time to transition to a different law firm. I don't feel completely supported at times by the services that have been offered. And I find myself chasing things at times that I just think we pay enough to not be chasing so much, and to not feel direct connection to board feedback is concerning to me. So I'm not going to be supporting this tonight. Not on any kind of one-man mission to end this, but based off of my experience, I don't feel like I'm going to support this any further. I didn't support their contract renewal last time it was up, and I certainly don't support the amended agreement.
Dr. Hill, or I don't know if it's who it is, but is it possible to, if we wait to approve this, to have a conversation with Lozano Smith to talk about some of the areas of concern and see if we can't clarify and come to some sort of understanding about what's been lacking as far as support and clarity? I'm not saying that that's going to solve the issue, but it seems worth having a conversation.
We can set up a time with Mr. Sims.
Is that worthwhile for you?
I'm ready to move on.
Okay.
I've worked with a number of corporate law firms, frankly, both with the City of Los Angeles and with Airbnb, which are both plenty reputable companies and organizations, and I know a standard that is acceptable to me, and I don't feel it's been acceptable. So I'm going to vote against it. And I, as board president, have the opportunity to talk to Mr. Sims all the time. And this is not about Mr. Sims. This is about the quality of services that are being rendered.
Thank you. I just have a question about, so were we to pursue other council, would we need, like, what's the process for that? I assume that at this level of spending, we'd need to do some sort of public bidding process, et cetera, just because I want to understand, I want to make sure that we're not without council in the transition, should we choose to change.
I'll start and I'll have Mr. Cantwell jump in if I miss anything. For this one's an amendment for this year, projected on our spending. So we do have invoices we need to pay, so we want to increase the amount. And we're using Lozano Smith for special education on this one, as well as our bond program. So there's two strings on that. They've been working with us on settlements, so that's part of the increase is the amount of work we've been doing on some settlements. As far as if we need to do a competitive bid, professional services, we do not have to do a competitive bid, but we usually get quotes from multiple law firms each year. We have a bench of several law firms right now as the district.
And we also rely on other counsel for those areas as well, currently, correct? Sharon Ormond, for instance, does SPED?
Well, SPED, there's a different, we do have other SPED contracts. I pause because I think facilities and construction, Lozano Smith is the only firm we use, but Mr. Cantwell, do we use any other firm? That's the only one we're using right now for the bond program. Sharon Ormond is HR, it's not SPED, but we do have a couple other lawyers we use for SPED, special education.
Okay. I would like us to evaluate more options if we're going to continue to contract on this front.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable voting to pay people what we owe them, but I do think it
should be a ratification.
It's a longer conversation moving forward.
So let me is this one a ratification or is the projection by the end of the fiscal year we need the amount? It's a projection based on
it's not necessarily
work
services provided. It's what we expect it to be provided. So we could bring in another attorney to provide said services. Just saying. With that, any further questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. That motion carries 3-1. With that, we will move to, at this point, the final period of public comment. We have one card, Mr. Schlossman.
3 minutes.
For 3 minutes. And an additional card from Ms. Diana Abesta? No? It's 3.
Mr. Hill, you said something at the last meeting about your privilege, and I want you to know that my mother was an RN. My father was a military veteran. He worked for the county. He was a civil servant. He worked for the state of California. And they had 5 children, and they worked hard to put them all through college, give them the opportunity to go through college. And my parents worked hard, and there was no kind of privilege. I mean, they were good examples as parents. They were, over 50 years of marriage, non-smokers, non-drinkers, non-gamblers, just good examples. And there was no privilege for us. That's just the way it is. They worked hard, and I suspect that it's the same for you, that your parents worked hard and that you worked hard in school. What you got, you earned. So for you to use that phrase at that last meeting, I didn't understand it, okay. Board Member Ponzer Kamkar. Did I say that right, Ms. Weisberg? Good. Okay. Well, it's I'm having fun. Is that okay with you? Okay. Regarding the reading program, you say I don't contribute here. I would like you to make a partnership with the city. I would like there is no reading program. I'd want there to be a reading program. I want you to have tutors, and I'd like to start with a partnership with the city. I want every policeman, I want every fireman, I want every city employee to commit to once a week, 1 hour a day, once a week, 35 sessions of working with our third graders to get them to be exceptional readers. Now, I can't make that happen. One of you has to introduce it as an agenda item and discuss it. And, you know, this is what the Brown Act is, to comply. I can't do it. I need you to do it. I'm talking to you, Ms. Weisberg or Ms. Pons or Camcar, please do something. It's, you know, I know you got your hands full. I know you're spread thin. I know you're not paid enough. I know all that stuff. But the reading is important. You know, the teachers, they all want to be paid more. You heard one guy complaining he wasn't being paid for his days off. So to him and all the other teachers, I say, if you want to earn more, stay on your job. You get automatic raises. You get, if you want, you get stipends for working more, and get more education if you want. You're looking at me like I'm confused. I'm not. This is 3 ways that teachers can get paid more, and I've talked about it before. But maybe you were looking at your laptop. Okay, and education. Get more education, you get paid more. These are facts. Okay, regarding the Brown Act, Mr. Hill, one of us is wrong. The president corrected you. The three people who didn't attend this very important meeting could have attended. They didn't have to sit together, but they do it all the time. And
thank you, Mr. Schlossman. It's okay, I've done that. Ms. Abasta?
Very quickly, because I know you're going to go into closed session. Rocher Alamon is the school nurse at Muir. Just that I would mention that. We will be donating 3 books to our textbooks at Burbank High, JBHS, and Monterey. It's called We Are All Armenians. It's a collection of essays about Armenian identity, and for some inside and outside of the communities have been ostracized for being queer, multi-ethnic, multiracial. And so it's their stories of belonging in the diaspora. And Chris Bojalian, I don't know if any of you have ever read fiction, he's in there. And I can't remember the one professor, Dr. Kanyan, who spoke when we were at the Armenian, and Ms. Kuseo was so gracious to attend with me when they honored. I can't think of his name, but the professor is in the book. So we're donating 3 of those books. And one of the things that, you know, we talk about DEI, and we need to do work with our students because it's not just mentioning one. We had speakers, all were from the Holocaust Museum of Los Angeles, organized by Doug Grimshaw for the English and social departments. Periods 1 and 2 were on Zoom, but live, and periods 3 and 6 were in person. There were my students, it was amazing. And by the way, they've written them thank you notes because I still think these are the things we can teach. Just like service, I'm a big believer in, and I don't think 10 hours is a lot to give back to your community. I really don't. But at any rate, one of the speakers, Mr. Joseph Alexander, 100 years old and 4 months, he still drives. He was, but I mean, just sharp. I mean, just so amazing. And so he inspired students. Afterwards, people just, the kids wanted to go up and talk to him, shake his hand. So we are proud to take part in Holocaust education and commemorate Yom HaShoah. You got it. And we must continue to be a witness to these stories as the next generation. You know, Paul Krikorian was sitting where President Ferguson is, and I remember the quote, and he remembered it because he asked me for it. George Santayana, a Spanish-American philosopher, said that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. We also have students who observe Ramadan, and so I know that that will be coming to a close. So these are the things that should be part of the reporting. I like the things about the rallies and all the other things. That's part of the high school experience, but we also got to go a little deeper. How? By teaching our students about that. I will leave something with you regarding Ms. Rodacker. She did not really mean to put you on the spot, and there's a transcript here of what she had from last year. So I'm just going to leave that with you so that you can take a look at it. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay.
Response from district staff?
No response.
Response from Dr. Agakanian?
I do also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge our math teacher, Ms. Anita Kazarian, who was honored at the Armenian Genocide.
That's great.
Teacher. So congratulations, Ms. Kazarian.
Dr. Weisberg?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Ms. Abasta, thank you for the note from Ms. Rodacher, and certainly I will reach out if there was a miscommunication. Happy to do so. This is that moment, so we're all getting in it. So I will happily read what's going on there. I also want to take a moment, just very briefly, before we adjourn to closed session, to celebrate Ms. Sharon Cuseo, who tomorrow is being honored by a regional group of her peers at the Access Celebration. So just want to congratulate you for all your years of service, but your leadership being recognized. Such a moment, and we are so lucky to benefit from your leadership and your investment in our kids and our district. So looking forward to celebrating you a bit, because you're another one of those that kind of likes to go under the radar without getting celebrated too often, but you more than deserve it. So anyway, with that, any other comments? We do have a retirement, and I keep missing at the beginning. Cindy, don't fire me. Miss Deborah Gregoire is retiring, who began her service in 1990 to the district. So lots of service. That would be 33 years of service. Pretty incredible. So we want to adjourn in celebration of her service, as well as in memory of those we spoke about earlier in the meeting. So thank you, everybody. And with that, we will adjourn to closed session. We will be back to report out on closed session. Thank you.
To Metro Micro, Metro's new app-based shared ride service. It's ideal for short local trips or for connecting to Metro buses and trains. And right now, introductory rides are just $1. Download the app, visit the booking website, or call 323-GO-METRO to start using Metro Micro now. Find out if Metro Micro is coming to your neighborhood. Visit metro.net/micro.
I think that there is this perception that they are kind of like the big bad wolf, that they're going to drag the kids off and eat them, or that they're really aggressive animals, and they really, really are not.
They're in our backyards, they eat our garbage, and if not treated with respect, they might prey on our pets and our kids. The good news, there are ways for us to prevent that from happening. Leslie Sampson from Coyote Watch Canada says the 3 things we need to protect ourselves from coyotes include education, prevention, and safety. Never turn your back on a wild animal. Pick up your small dog if you see a coyote and you're out for a walk. And last but not least, be assertive.
If people do feel in danger from a coyote, the best thing to do is just act big and scary, because we are big and scary to coyotes. So if you can just wave your arms around, make some noise, usually that's more than enough to send a coyote running the other direction.
Sampson also states that wildlife proofing our backyard is a good way to protect ourselves. Don't leave out food, and call the proper authorities if you do come across a coyote and feel you're in danger. Although coyote attacks have been reported in the past, chances are good they're more afraid of us than we are of them. So if you leave them alone and give them the proper space they need, chances are good they'll do the same to us.
Burbank Water and Power is a community-owned utility that has been providing reliable, affordable, and sustainable services for over 100 years. BWP operates the Magnolia Power Project, which is a state-of-the-art electric generating power plant. Magnolia combines a gas turbine generator and a steam turbine generator to provide a highly efficient electric generation that produces minimal air emissions. State-of-the-art technologies allow the power plant to operate on over 1 million gallons of 100% recycled water a day. And it also has a water collection system to ensure no wastewater leaves the power plant to protect our oceans and waterways. A partnership with General Electric is pioneering new technology that will allow the Magnolia Power Project to play a role in Burbank's aspiration to provide greenhouse gas-free generation. Electric generation from sources such as solar and wind can fluctuate. The sun does not always shine, and the wind does not always blow. The new state-of-the-art technology will add flexibility to the Magnolia Power Plant to lower and raise the amount of electricity produced. The ability to raise and lower the Magnolia plant's electric generation will provide the flexibility needed to respond to instances when the sun is not shining bright or the wind is not blowing as strong as predicted. The Magnolia Power Plant is one of many solutions needed to add renewable energy to Burbank's future and maintain the high reliability of electric service our customers need.
And I'm excited to share with you the launch of the Our Burbank 311 mobile app, an app that will improve how Burbank residents and businesses connect with their city and request services. To get started, download the app from the Apple or Google Play Store by searching Our Burbank 311. Once you create an account, you can submit city service requests, like this resident here, who needs help with the disposal of an old chair. From the service request menu, she'll select bulky item pickup, fill in the missing information, provide a photo, and click Submit. The request will then be reviewed by a city employee and routed to the correct department. Once assigned, city crews will go to the site and complete the bulky item pickup. And a great bonus is that account holders can keep tabs of the progress of their request all within the app. Pretty cool, huh? And it's not just for bulky item pickup. You can report graffiti, potholes, request homeless services, and many more items are on the way. Using the Our Burbank 311 mobile app is so simple. Download it today. Catch you on the flip side. Bye.
If you change your own motor oil, remember this. Improperly disposing of your used oil and filter can cause irreparable harm. Just 1 gallon of used oil can pollute 1 million gallons of water. So, just put your oil in a clean container with a tight-fitting lid and put your used filter in a Ziploc bag. Then take your oil for one last ride to an auto parts store or Quick Lube. Or many communities have curbside recycling. Visit recycleusedoil.com for more information.
Hi, I'm Melissa Joan Hart, a mother of 3 boys and a member of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. As a mother, I'm heartbroken each time I read a story about another child who is shot and killed because they had access to an unsecured, loaded gun. These tragedies must stop. But here's the good news. We can protect kids together by introducing 5 easy steps to everyday life that we know keep kids safer. The Be Smart campaign was created to prevent tragedies like these before they happen. But we need you to help spread the message. So what does it mean to be smart? A lot of parents don't give their kids enough credit. If your kids can get their hands into the cookie jar on top of the counter, they can certainly find your gun. A Harvard study found that 70% of kids under 10 know where their parents' guns are stored. Kids are curious, and unsecured guns are dangerous. Secure your firearms. Properly locking a gun and storing it unloaded and separately from the ammunition will help prevent dangerous situations. You may not be able to find your car keys, but children will always find the hiding places in your home and vehicles. It's all about taking the steps to not just hide, but secure your gun. It's just that easy. It's not rocket science, it's just being smart. Every year, around 100 children are killed in unintentional shootings. Every law-abiding adult has the right to own a gun, but with that right comes responsibility. We must always model responsible behavior. As parents, we all take steps to protect our children from potentially dangerous situations in the home. If you're considering bringing a gun into your home, think it through. Make sure every adult feels comfortable with that decision and knows that the gun must be stored inaccessible to kids 100% of the time. Consider any risk factors that might exist in your home. Is anyone vulnerable to mental illness or substance abuse? Finally, as all responsible gun owners know, it's crucial to practice safe handling at all times. Tragedies can be avoided. Lead by example. Be smart. Let's face it, sending the kids away for the day or even a few hours can be a blessing. But whether it's a babysitter's home or with another family for a play date, it's our responsibility as parents to ask the right questions. I have to ask. All parents have a checklist. Do you have a cat? No, my kid's super allergic. A pool? Nope, he's not that buoyant either. A gun? Yes, we have 2 hunting rifles. And how are they stored? They're locked in a safe and the ammunition's locked up as well. And how do you handle screen time? Oh, we only let our son watch American teen sitcoms from the 90s. Great. See you at 4. 1.7 million kids live in homes with guns that are loaded and unlocked. I don't want my kids to be in one of those homes, whether it's a friend, a babysitter, or a relative. Even when the kids are visiting grandma and grandpa, we need to be smart and ask the right questions. Have you ever thought about how often we make snap decisions only to regret them later? Teenagers can be especially impulsive and emotional. They can be up one day and down the next. And as any parent can tell you, kids don't always make the best decisions. And some decisions are irreversible. Each year, over 400 kids, age 17 and under, die by suicide with a gun. That's why we need to recognize the risks of teen suicide. The presence of an unsecured gun is one of those risks. Researchers have found that when it comes to young teens, the presence and availability of a gun in the home may be a more significant risk factor than psychiatric illness. If a teen has access to a gun in vulnerable moments, an impulsive decision can become a fatal one. Some teens might show other warning signs. If you notice a change in your teen's mood or behavior, or if you hear them make comments like, "You'd be better off without me," it's time to take action. If you need help, call 1-800-273-TALK, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Firearms are the most lethal method for suicide attempts, resulting in death 85% of the time. That's why it's crucial to keep them inaccessible to teens. So be smart, because we all share in the responsibility of keeping our kids safe. Your friends tell you when they've received a promotion at work. Your kids tell you when they ace a test. What's being smart without telling people about it? SMAR is nothing without the T. Talk to your friends and family about being smart. Start a conversation about kids, guns, and safety. Share the message on social media and spread the word about Be Smart in your community. Talk about what we can do right now to keep our kids safe. If every single one of us commits to being smart, imagine the impact we'll have. Thank you so much for being a part of this important campaign. Let's be smart together and save kids' lives.
Is this you during mosquito season?
Mosquitoes!
Are mosquitoes biting you all day and night? Mosquito Watch is here to help end the bites. End the bites in your home, in your garden, and while you sleep. End the bites. Learn more at mosquitowatch.org.
known for being the media capital of the world, home to media titans like Warner Brothers Studios, Disney, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and much more. Our daytime population exceeds 200,000 people, including visitors and residents taking advantage of our many amenities. When working for the City of Burbank, you get to take advantage of the Burbank Unified School District, quality childcare, parks and recreation programming, and so many more exclusive services. We offer market-based salaries, CalPERS retirement benefits, excellent healthcare coverage, and various forms of paid time off. We also offer programs like tuition reimbursement, free professional development, an employee gym, access to 2 swimming pools, mental health services, and employee engagement activities. Our many restaurants, shops, entertainment venues, and accessibility around town make working in Burbank both fun and convenient. And when working for the City of Burbank, you get to work on premier projects, which not only make a difference in our community, but even worldwide. Our city staff strives to make Burbank a destination city with beautiful neighborhoods, clean and safe streets, top-rated utility services, parks and open spaces, arts and culture, and so much more. We collaborate across departments to come up with solutions that address our community's needs, like adding more housing opportunities, increasing access to public transportation, and making Burbank more accessible to everyone. Our dedication to our community and our employees is truly what makes Burbank a great place to work. To join our team, please visit burbankca.gov.
Pray to come home to our families when we leave at night. Pray for comfort, pray for safety.
Uniform personnel, present!
We face the demons in the streets.
We are here to honor 2 of Burbank Police Department's finest. Matthew Pavelka and Deputy Marshal Luther Colson. On November 15, 2003, Officer Pavelka, while defending a fellow officer, was seriously wounded during a gun battle. He tragically passed away as a result of his wounds. On November 16, 1914, Deputy Marshal Colson was seriously wounded during a gun battle. He tragically passed away as a result of his wounds.
Cover all the issues to increase their dime. It's not a story, and to them, it's just a waste of time.
Uniform personnel, under arms!
Another officer is down. Don't they hear us now? Another day of being made. While we bear the pain, we'll continue to stay in the fight. In spite of all this, we'll do what's right. We'll protect you when you need us in your darkest day. Help the innocent and weary, and we're here to stay. God has granted us this power they can't take away. Fallen brothers, we remember rushing in to fight. They've left a legacy of service to do what's right. We'll push on and all your names with all our might. Another officer is down. Don't they hear us now? Another day what's right.
Percent of the waste that goes to our Burbank landfill is made up of food and other organic waste. This form of waste is a large contributor to the emission of methane, a harmful greenhouse gas that hurts our environment and health. To help combat this, California passed SB 1383, which requires that food soil, paper, and yard trimmings be included in the green cart collection bin. To comply with this statewide mandate, the City of Burbank is launching the Organics Recycling Program, providing Burbankers with the proper solutions and tools. Here's what you need to do to comply. It's simple. Your green cart used for yard trimmings will now also be used to collect your food and other organic waste. Organic waste examples include yard trimmings, food scraps like meats, cheese, leftover dinners, fruits and veggies, and food still papers like napkins. If you ever have questions on disposal, get answers at the Where It Goes guide on the city's website. To help Burbank residents get accustomed to this new way of recycling, the Recycle Center is giving away free food scrap collection pails. These pails allow you to securely save and store food scraps until your next collection day. Interested residents can pick one up from the Recycle Center. If you live in a multifamily residence or a business with a private waste hauler, you may have different instructions and should contact your property management or private hauler for details. For more information about the statewide law and the city's implementation of the Organics Recycling Program, please visit our website at burbankca.gov.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. After the flyover, we will be playing the Armed Forces medley. So I'll ask veterans from each branch of the service to stand. Here it comes.
Here it is, folks. Okay, if everybody could please be seated. And every year, the Condor Squadron, Veterans Day and Memorial Day is sponsored by Cusimano Realty Group. So thanks very much to Cusimano Realty Group for their support. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, we're going to do the Armed Forces medley by the Burbank Community Band. So when you hear your branch of service theme song, please stand and be recognized. U.S. Army. Yeah.
Coast Guard.
Coast Guard. Rich Payne in the house.
Marines.
Happy birthday, belated birthday to the Corps. 247 years old yesterday.
Force.
U.S. Air Force.
The Navy.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the City of Burbank and the Burbank Veterans Committee Veterans Day ceremony for 2022. Let's have a nice hand again for the Burbank Community Band for the wonderful music and the wonderful rendition of all the service theme songs. And I'm going to ask all veterans just recently stood up, so we can all stand up again, to stand up and be recognized. God bless each and every one of you. And if you're here for the first time, that goes for anybody, welcome. We hope you come back to many, many more ceremonies. We get good weather every year. I remember 34 years ago today we dedicated the Vietnam and Korean War memorials. 34 years. And a lot of us have been here for every single one of the ceremonies since. And for that, we're blessed. And we remember the people that have gone on to a better place, and keep all veterans in your thoughts and prayers today. And it's great to be here. And we're going to be having the presentation of colors by the Burbank Scouts Troop 219. And then we'll have the national anthem to be sung by Heidi Marie Farron, and the flag salute by Deborah Dodge.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land
Please join me in the flag salute. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Color guard, post the colors. Color guard reform. Color guard dismissed.
Be seated, please. That was Troop 209. My mistake. I said 219. That was Troop 209. Once again, let's give a nice hand to the Boy Scouts. It's always great to have the youth of our community involved. And one other quick thing. Are there any active duty personnel here today? If you are, please stand and be recognized. We want to remember the active duty people too, so I don't want to leave anybody without mention. Guard and reserve. Any guard and reserve personnel? If you're out there, thank you for your service. And I know you hear that a lot, but we always support our troops. And now for the invocation. My colleague on the Veterans Committee and a Vietnam vet, David Christ. David?
Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, watch over our veterans of our country in the recognition of their loyal service to our nation. Bless them with wholeness and love. Shelter them, heal their wounds, comfort their hearts, and grant them peace. Bless our Burbank veterans, these men and women of courage and valor with deep and abiding understanding of our profound gratitude. Protect them and their families. Grant them lives of joy and bounty. May their dedication and honor be remembered as a blessing from generation to generation. We ask you to be with us today as we celebrate and honor all veterans. In your mighty name, amen.
And now to sing God Bless America, Heidi Farron.
As we know, Pat normally does this, and she always has everyone sing along. So in her honor, can everybody please join in and sing at the top of your lungs?
God bless America. prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Beautiful, Heidi. Thank you so much. And Heidi did mention Pat Wamsley. She was on her way here today to sing God Bless America, and they had car problems, and she was just beside herself. But Pat is, she's had a lot of physical problems, but she's doing much better. And she was going to be here today, so I said, well, you know what? We'll let Heidi pinch it for you. We'll remember you, and we'll see you on Memorial Day. So keep Pat in your prayers. She's a wonderful lady. And 34 years ago, she was with Congressman Moorhead's office, and she helped so much getting the names for our Vietnam plaque and the Korean War Memorial. Both the memorials, she helped get us the names, and we did a very wonderful ceremony on that day. Excuse me. And I know Veterans Day is a day of celebration. You know, it's for all the vets, and I can remember getting phone calls from my dad, you know, saying it's our day today, and I'll never forget that. You know, I was really proud that my dad served, and I'm proud that I'm a veteran. But I'm mostly proud of my relatives who served from the Civil War all the way through Desert Storm. So, and I know a lot of you are in the same boat. So, are there any? I know we have some first responders here today. Burbank Fire Department. And if there are any police officers here today, thank you both. Burbank Police and Burbank Fire, you're the best. You have a tough job, to say the least. And like I said, today's a day of celebration, but I'd be remiss in not remembering a few people who have passed on. The first lady I want to remember is Paulette Westphal. She was a longtime Burbank Community Band member and director. She loved coming to these ceremonies, and very patriotic lady and a heart of gold, so let's remember Paulette today. She was with us last year. And also a colleague of mine on the Veterans Committee and a Korean War vet, Christopher Thomas, recently passed on, so we remember him today. His wife Maggie is here. Maggie, welcome. Chris is sorely missed by everybody. He was a Renaissance man. And also a fellow Vietnam vet, Doug Swanson, who was a big supporter of our VFW 8310, Purple Heart recipient, Vietnam. He passed on recently, so God bless you, Dave. And a VFW auxiliary member whose family had a proud military heritage, Parker Pennings. We're doing a celebration of life for Parker this coming Sunday at the VFW at 12 noon. So if you can come by if you knew Parker. One of the nicest human beings you ever want to meet. He contributed a lot to the welfare of our veterans. And the only guy that I kept in touch with in Vietnam for over 50 years, the only person I ever kept in touch with, he's a farmer from Minnesota, a salt of the earth guy, and we served together in Vietnam. Sergeant John Nelson, he passed on from pancreatic cancer. So I'm lucky to serve with him. And now, on a more happy note, we have some special guests here today, to say the least. First off, I want to mention Mr. Bill Dillon. Bill? World War II. You can see Bill, if you want, on Mondays at Wings Over Wendy's out out in West Hills or Woodland Hills? Woodland Hills. He's out there every Monday. And Dennis McCarthy wrote a great article just recently in the Daily News. I don't know if you read Dennis McCarthy, but his articles are great. They're very inspirational. And he's written a lot of things about veterans. And so welcome, Bill. And Bill served in the Pacific Theater for 33 months. And he was on a submarine. And he was telling me today that the submarine all alone sunk an aircraft carrier. Just that his submarine. So way to go, Bill. And I have another World War II veteran here who will turn 100 in December. Wow. Let's welcome Theodore Napolitano. Welcome, Theodore. God bless. And last, but certainly not least, another World War II veteran, Barney P. Leone. Welcome, Barney. He also served in the Asiatic Pacific Theater, and he was on a ship which was a fuel tank ship. He watched, and this is history here. He watched as young Marines landed on the beach of Iwo Jima and marched into a horrific fight. He witnessed that. That's history right there, folks. And then, as he watched with his gun loaded to protect his fuel ship, he saw the American flag go up and started yelling to others on the ship, "That's our flag! That's our flag!" Wonderful. Thank you for joining us today, gentlemen. And now I'd like to invite to the podium the Honorable Jess Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank.
Is this a beautiful day or what, huh? Wonderful. The flyover was awesome. We got it times 2. So good morning on behalf of the Burbank City Council. I am honored to be here with you. Today we come together as a community to pay tribute to the men and women who have fought so bravely, sacrificed, and served to protect the peace and freedom of our great nation. You know, not all vets that are currently in the service are fighting. Some of the vets are back in the office doing all the paperwork, so they have to be recognized as well, because that's part of the effort. They work as a team. So at this time, I'd like to recognize a few city officials and elected officials. We have United States Congressman Adam Schiff. We have California State Senator Anthony Portantino. He recently became a Burbank resident, by the way. My colleagues on the council, we have Vice Mayor Constantine Anthony, Councilmember Nick Schultz, and Councilmember Sharon Springer. Also, our city manager, Justin Hess, is here. And our interim communications manager in charge of the PIO office, Jonathan Jones, is here. And we have one member of the Park and Recreation Board, Barry Gussa. Barry, are you here still? There he is. Right there. So at this time, I'd like to ask Miki DiPaolo to come back to the podium and continue with the program. Thank you, everybody.
And now I'd like to introduce Heidi Marie Farron to sing the song Eyes of a Soldier. Heidi?
Thank you all so much for having me here today. This is actually a song I wrote. So I was the last and longest reigning Miss USO. So I performed for the military all over the world. And this song is inspired by real people that I met while serving. And I'm so excited to share it with all of you today. Thank you all for your service to this country.
My granddad told me all the best stories. World War II, fighting for our glory, the red, white, and blue. He'd do it again too. Always dressed to the nines, though his suit hid much more. A white necktie covering the brace he wore, where they broke his back on the bamboo stacks. A hero undercover, doing all for the sake of another. You gave me sweet liberty, some gave all, that's why we're free. But there are scars we cannot see running deep, so deep. You never know what the eyes of a soldier hold. I wrote in to sing a sweet little song, commemorate the day that's won. Dance around, give a smile, celebrate the war that's done. He danced with me, though I could tell it hurt. His body and heart, they'd both been burned. My eyes fighting tears, just to tell him thanks. A hero undercover, doing all for the sake of another. And you gave me sweet liberty, some gave all, that's why we're free. But there are scars we cannot see running deep, so deep. You never know what the eyes of a soldier holds. He stood at the mic with his dog Jones and a confidence that rocked my soul to hear him say how scared he was. One explosion, now he hears it every night. All the drugs in the world couldn't make it right. A warrior outside, inside he's terrified. The desert never left. We live our lives and soon forget. The war is never done. You gave me sweet liberty, some gave all, that's why we're free. But there are scars we cannot see running deep, so deep. You gave me sweet liberty, some gave all, that's why we're free. There are scars we cannot see running deep, so deep. You never know what the eyes of a soldier holds. No, you never know what the eyes of a soldier holds.
Thank you, Heidi. That was wonderful. Let's have another nice hand for Heidi. Thank you, Heidi. Thanks for being here today. Before I reintroduce Mayor Talamantes, this is one of Jess's last official duties as a mayor and a city council. He's going to be retiring off city council, and I know I'm speaking for everybody when I thank Jess not only for his service on city council for several years, but also for his first responder. He was worked with the Burbank Fire Department for several years. So what you've done, Jess, you've walked the walk. You've contributed to our city in a real wonderful way, and thank you for that. And we wish you the best, you and Sandy and your family. And I mentioned about the Scouts being our youth that come and get involved in our ceremonies. And I'd be remiss if I had to mention every year, Memorial Day and Veterans Day, Coach Bob Hart of the Burbank Bulldogs always brings his team down here. So fellas, stand up back there. Burbank High Bulldogs. Okay, now I'd like to reintroduce the Honorable Mayor Jess Talamantes.
Good morning, everyone. I guess there's an alarm going off. Anyway, Mickey just mentioned that I had 33 years on the fire department, Burbank Fire, and I'm finishing up 13 and a half years on the city council. So it's been a while, more than half of my lifetime. Just to add on to the Boy Scouts, Troop 219, I was a proud founding member of Troop 219. And I'm sorry, 209. I'm still looking at the script. 209. So much for being a founding member. And one of the Eagle Scouts, I don't know if anybody else is here from 209 that has left the troop, but my son Scott is here. He's an Eagle Scout from 209. And I know Paul attended his Eagle Scout Court of Honor. And my other son, Eric, is also an Eagle Scout from Troop 209. So I'm very proud of that. So on behalf of the Burbank City Council, I would like to thank you for attending today's ceremony. The veterans of this country deserve respect not only today, but every day.